Felicitations, my family of fledglings. And ghosts. It's so good to unsee you as well. Welcome to another time zone with yours truly, Damien Holme. Professional disruptor of the status quo. Breaker of the mundane rut life style. Rut life? Sure. Oh, I'm just trying to mix it up every time I say hello. Hi. We're playing a Morty tonight. It's been a great game. No complaints, no notes, as we mentioned last night. I stream every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday, starting roughly around 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. Weekends, usually a bit longer streams. Usually 4 to 5 hours, thereabouts. And we do deep dives, deep chats, reactions, debates, conversations. No topic is safe here. This is an unsafe space. Especially if you have an idea that increases suffering. We'll probably want to understand all of your motivations and dig into it deep and platform your ideas. And then criticize them if they're awful. Yeah. Hi. Hello, everybody. Also, Kara, 5-stream streak. Congrats. It's nice to have you aboard for so many days in a row, assuming Twitch just doesn't get that number wrong because they seem to get that number wrong all the time. If you are used to watching on another platform and there's something been wrong in the last week or so, I think it might be related to Twitch setting me up in the 2K beta. I might disable it and see what happens. Just for one stream, maybe Wednesday's stream. But Kick just will not load. So I hope if you are used to seeing me on Kick, you found me elsewhere. And Instagram dies after 1 hour when I should have 3 more after that. So I don't know that the Instagram thing's related to the 2K beta that I'm in, but we're streaming a higher quality on Twitch. And that also means that same higher quality goes to YouTube because YouTube can handle higher quality. But it might be breaking Kick, despite my best attempts to make it do something better than what it's been doing. And turn off Kick stream. Actually, it's trying, and that's probably not great. The Instagram thing, going down to just 1 hour streams on Instagram, that's something that they just seem to do every once in a while. Like they press the suck button, and then your account sucks. And I write 20 different help tickets begging that something changes, and nothing does. And then maybe it does down the line. But I don't know how to make that happen. If we're ever playing Merva, Joe is just getting into it and may want to join. That is a game that does not fit my stream schedule generally. But if it's on an off night, I'm down. I like playing the social games that we do, but I do feel like there are a couple people in our social circle that want to play one game. I like to mix it up every once in a while. Corruptional. Hi, welcome. No, you're going to make that joke in the title. Yeah. It happened. Oh, yeah, for Discord. That's where I made the joke. Yeah. I don't know if, I guess every creator looks at that and eventually it dawns on them. I looked up the word omori in Japanese and definitely didn't have a meaning behind it that made sense. I speak Japanese, and the only thing I could think of is that it wouldn't be omori, it would be omori, and it looks like in my brain, that's probably what everybody else was imagining too. O being great, like the game with the wolf with the paint called Okami, which means great god. Mori just means forest, and we are in a great forest right now. But I think a lot of people think this name comes from Romanian, and in Romanian the word means to I don't know if I want to say it for algorithm reasons, but to end a chapter of one's life book. If I could say it that way, not get in trouble. It's part of a different word. And looking further would constitute a spoil. Okay. I don't want to be spoiled. I don't want to be spoiled. Okay. Doesn't come from Romanian. All right, that's fine. We're gonna pop in. How have I been? Thanks for asking. I'm glad you asked. Hot, busy weekends. We're always doing crazy stuff. Oz had a sale for her jewelry and wares on Saturday, and then today I had my other job, and I also worked my day job on Saturday, which sucks. Usually don't, but the Saturday I did because it's been a really busy couple weeks, and it's been hot, and we've been trying to get the kids to like play in water pools and splash parks and all that kind of stuff, and so we have to like clean all their stuff regularly, get them out. Them, there's like the multiple outfit changes. It's one thing when they're autonomous, basically, to change in and out of their own clothes, but they're right at that age where some things are a little bit difficult, especially swimsuits. When they get wet, it's like hard to like take off and on, especially if you have to use the restroom. So there's a lot of facilitation running around involved with that. And it was just busy, just very busy. And I stream. What did we start streaming yesterday as a brand new entry to the Saturday schedule? We're streaming Mist 5. And it's pretty, and it's interesting, and it's a little bit like leads you on down a rabbit hole of story that you don't understand at all right now. But it's interesting. And I spent most of the stream, not knowing something that Symptotic, thank you very much, if you're here, told me like kind of right at the very end. He's like, hey, you ever try to do this? I don't know if he was soft hinting or... because after a 5-hour stream of me doing the wrong thing the whole time, he's like, what if you try this? Or maybe he legitimately doesn't know the game either and was just like, hey, can you actually do this? And I ended up finding the core mechanic of the game, I think. I hate it. It's reaching 95 minutes. Ugh, I'm not built for this. Not great. I'm a snow goblin. I love being in snow. I think I'm Finnish. I think my heritage is be in snow, be in cold, be in dreary weather. And, I like bundling. I like animal furs. I like, well, not real ones, but, fake fur and fireplaces and hot drinks and soup. Oh, I could eat soup every day. And that's my jam. But I don't like doing snow chores. The chores that you have to do in other climates are pretty minimal, right? You might have some grass you have to mow if you're in a place where somebody planted grass and now you have to mow it all the time, even if you don't use the grass for anything. So, and weeding and taking care of some things, but it's nothing like the chore of dealing with snow. Snow and ice are awful. And so I would never live in a place where you have to do those as like part of your life. No, thank you. But I like being in that kind of cold weather. Okay. We are popping right in. Hello, you beautiful hand-drawn style of game. So fun. Okay, let's pop in. Continue. Load you. Yes. Load this. Yes. Not no. Yes. Okay. We were last seen picnicking at the playground. Hello, Troll. Rose agreed snow is absolute bullshit. Yeah. It's really lovely to see. I like it in postcards, I like it on movies, and I even like being out in it myself. And then I like to go back to my place that does not involve snow as a chore. Get that bunny. Get that bunny. Oh, interesting. We have a new combo that came through. You said it's hotter than my side of Florida. Oof. Yeah, right? That's just brutal. I'm not a fan. Especially when you're that far north. But the thing is, when you're that far north and inland, that's where the weather gets you. And I think a lot of folks, especially if you live sort of coastally, you don't realize just how like widely disparate the temperatures get in inland states if you've never lived in one. So it might feel like, oh, that's crazy. You guys get like, 2 feet of snow during the winter at some points. And then you see how hot it gets in their summers, up to 100 degrees sometimes. Like, this doesn't make sense. How can you be so cold and be so hot? The ocean really does mitigate temperatures. Your highs and lows don't vary nearly as much, and it's easier to sort of feel like you live in a consistent environment. Whereas I think inland places were really best understood as a way of life once we started to get like central heating and air. Yeah. It's gloriously rainy today. We've had a lot of rain these last couple weeks. Big thunderstorms, actually, not just rain. I picked coastal on purpose. We're a ways from the coast, but we're not. So Atlanta to the coast to like Savannah is like 4 hours or something like that. So we don't get the extreme temperatures of being far inland, but it's not. Yeah. Now that we've been to Savannah, though, a small part of me wishes we had chosen Savannah. Yeah. It gets 100 plus occasionally during the summer here now, but I still can't handle anything above 90. Me either. No way. Yeah. Even 90, it's like, I just hide. I hide indoors. I stay in AC, and if there's no AC to be had wherever I happen to be, I will wear the minimal amount of clothing allowed for that particular venue, and move minimally, and just and cry. Lie on the floor where it's coolest and cry. All right, cook. Use. You can swap skills? Aubrey took all the damage that fight and needs all the healing. Thank you very much. Here, my fans are more than capable of keeping my temperature moderate. I like when that is enough. If there's a place to heal further in, that would be fantastic. Come hide in the forest with me. I personally was looking at PNW, but I think we really made a good choice here. And if you ever find your way to the Atlanta area, we'd be happy to show you why. Kickball. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, I like when Kel partners up with Hero. I'm doing fairly good. Fairly good. All right, Forest Bun Bun. But I do like forests. In fact, we live in a forest down here too. That's another part that maybe not everybody considers in the Atlanta area, but Atlanta itself, big, crazy international city with one of the busiest international airports in the entire world. It's true. Like neck and neck with Dubai. And then outside the outskirts, because we can't afford to live in like the city. It's chill, and we live in a forest. I mean, there are other houses around us. We're not like in the woods in a cabin. But forests are nice. The kiddos get to learn about wildlife and nature, and we don't even have like amenities for them outside because they just play in dirt and grass and with bugs and sticks and stuff. I mean, we have toys for them too. But lots of stuff to play indoors for when the weather's not great. Too many people for me? Well, here's the thing about where we live. And this is analogous to where we lived in Southern California. We didn't live in LA or even in LA County, but we lived in a place where if you took an hour drive, roughly, maybe an hour to 2 hours, in Southern California where we lived and where we live now outside of Atlanta, a 2-hour drive will get you to any cultural destination you could want, right? So like the big city amenities, take in a show, go see a concert, go to a museum, take in the rich wealth of things that only high urban living can give to you, botanical gardens and stuff, like really cool cultural centers, exchanges, big festivals and that sort of stuff. You can only get those from really big cities at the level that they do them, right? We think that's really cool to be able to see all that stuff and be surrounded by people and have exchange of ideas and meet lots of people and be in just a place surrounded by different ideas and melting pot sort of thing. And if you go that same amount of time in the opposite direction, you find farms and rural and hunting and wild lands and hiking and nature, and you're just out in it. You can experience the birds and the untouched parts of the country that are not completely spoiled by humans. And we want our kiddos to understand, how important rural life is and wildlife is and nature, and how important big cities and big urban centers are, and the importance of staying connected with world culture and all that. We want them to have it all. And so we like living in places where it's not too difficult to get to all of that. Yeah. Never underestimate what a child can do with a stick and a little imagination. 100%. Yeah, we don't necessarily prescribe to them, this is how we should play, or this is what you should have, or you can't have fun unless you have this. They're not addicted to TV or computer screens. We don't shove a tablet in their hands to keep them distracted and shut up. We think that the pace of life that technology offers is a little too fast when the mind is still developing. But we also are technophiles ourselves, Oz and myself, and so we will raise them with high-end tech skills, up to and including building your own machines and, how to change things out inside of a computer tower, how to program, how to code, how to properly configure software and have it working with other software. You got to do this kind of stuff as a streamer, unless you just have a smart friend that does it all for you. And so we don't want them to be hamstrung with tech, but we also think that the pace of communicating with people and just in free play and just being out in nature, those speeds are slower and more deliberate, and you need, I think, both to be a well-rounded citizen in today's day and age. I'm about 2 hours from everything too, from both downtown Seattle and Vancouver. Oh, pretty sweet. Just further into nature a bit, sounds like. That could be it. That could be it. I mean, the area that we're in is we're literally three houses. Let's see, and then we're literally 3 houses away from just woods, just like full on woods. Yeah. There's one of the biggest park reserves near me, so I'm quite lucky to be able to just ride my bike a few miles and have access to that. I love that. Yeah. Yeah, we can walk to the end of the street that we live on and just walk through a nature trail. It's not really a nature trail. It's not really meant for people, but we walk through it, and you have to clear out spider webs and, pick up sticks that have fallen and stuff because it's not maintained by anybody. But a few other people who've lived in the neighborhood before us have sort of cleared the area, and we have too. And so we periodically just like to, shoo ourselves off into the woods. What's going on way out here? Oh, this is a little bit weird. I suddenly feel like we're in a very different area. Found a mountain biking. I'd love to take it up. It has a pretty large trail system for that, so that's nice. We have a really cool creek nature reserve area not far from us. I think would be great for mountain biking. but those same trails are pedestrian. Are the areas that you have, do regular walkers walk that same trail? That'd be my only concern. Is I'd be like, going at a good pace or whatever, and then like somebody pops out from around a blind turn, and I smash into a walking person, just a random hiker. I wouldn't want that. I would want my own system. Okay, what is the B for? It's really only for mountain biking? Nice. I'm a B. What is this? Hi. What are you? That's so ominous. 10 keys left. 10 keys left. Keys to what? What are we collecting? Would look like keyboard keys to me. But why? Oh, I don't like forks. It has separate hiking trails farther into the reserve. Oh, you're right. It was for Hangman. Thank you. I appreciate, obviously, for first playthrough, for those of you that didn't know and you're joining me for the first time, it's a first playthrough and I don't want any spoilers whatsoever. But if I already should know something and I just forgot because I stream a lot of different things and I don't stream, this game for a week or whatever. And then I forget what the heck I was supposed to do. How much you want to bet this is like back to the other side and I'm like wrapped around? I wonder. I don't know, guys. I don't think Basil's in this forest. But we haven't even searched the whole forest yet. We can't stop now. It's your Aubrey. We'll keep searching until we find him. If we don't find Basil soon, maybe we should meet up with Marty at the playground and figure out what to do from there. Okay. Can we even go forward? Oh! How do you do that? When did I have that thing? You won't be able to mountain bike any somewhat technical hiking trails, to be fair. Yeah, that would make sense. What is this? A tentacle is poking out of the ground. Yes, it is. Why does that look like an entrance to like a dungeon up there? This makes me nervous. Oh, maybe it's not a dungeon. It's just a little clearing. What is this? Wise Rock. Hi, I'm the Wise Rock. I give solid advice in exchange for clams. I have some clams, I think. Do I have enough clams? Oh, good. I have some good amount of clams. What kind of advice would you like me to give? Bad advice. No. Let's get some good advice. Understood. Here is your advice. Follow your heart, but remember to take your brain with you. That's cute. Thanks. You're such a fortune cookie. You wise rock, you. I hope this helps. Yeah, sure. Now, if there's a part in the game where like my heart comes out of me like an Undertale, and then I have to like remember to grab my brain, or I don't know. I could see it being important, perhaps. Sure. Lost Sprout Mole. Is this the same as the other Sprout Moles I've been fighting? Are they all lost? Poor little guy. I'll help you find your way. Didn't realize they were lost. Now I feel bad for, like, fighting and killing them. There sure is a lot of rightward walking you can keep doing here. There's something down below, and I want to see it. Looks like another little entrance to something. I like that Kel keeps getting the combo, because when he pairs with Hero, you do a lot of damage. You can do an AoE, looks like. Oh man, we're getting strong. All that damage. Bye. And many clams. So many clams, I don't know what to do with. Wait, what? I'm fighting a tree. What am I? Big, strong tree. Is this right? Should we be doing this? It seems like a bad idea. Oh, this tree don't want to take damage, though. I don't think this is the right thing. I don't think we should be doing this. You guys. Okay, maybe we should stop. You guys, this tree does not want nothing to do with us. A gentle breeze blows through the tree. Run? you're so beautiful. Why would we get into a fight with the tree? It just happens to be a random fightable tree in the middle of nothing. Tree don't want to hurt us. I don't want to hurt the tree, to be honest. But, you know, I guess moles and rabbits are just fair game. We'll just slaughter them. A complete decimation of their entire species. You ran into the specific tree accidentally? I did. I sure did. Yep, I ran into the tree. Sorry, Bun Bun. It's not you, it's me. When I see bunnies, I get stabby. Okay. Yeah, it was another little entrance right over here. Wait, hello? What's going on over there? Oh, I forgot that Burley was with me.
Sweet, there's my last ball.
Go get it. Go get it, Burley. Yoink. Finally.
Let's take this bad boy to the playground.
Oh, don't make me go all the way back there. There's a little enclave right up above us I want to see.
Mitch to play some tetherball.
Okay, we'll get you there. Just let me see what's in here first. Oh, hello. Please be a good thing. A hard bulb. You can hear something struggling inside. Can we assist? Can we help you? I wanna do what's right by you. In that I wanna use my skills to observe? Or just observe it? Oh, wait. I mean to, like, swap. Can you not just... No. Okay. Stab. Just want to stab it. Wait, maybe. No. Okay, it doesn't just let you do that. Pep talk? No, I don't know why we... This just won't let us do... Can't just do anything we want. When you go to cook, you can actually use this one. No massage. No, that one's only in combat. Okay. Pocket. Candy. Toys. Important. Nope, I don't think I have whatever it takes to help this bulb. Hey, no, those bunnies are vicious. Can't you see the murder in their eyes? Bunnies aren't just cute like everybody supposes. They got them hoppy legs and twitchy little noses. And what's with all the carrots? Oh, damn. Please survive this, hero. What did they need such good eyesight for anyway? Bunnies. Bunnies, it must be bunnies. Internet cookie to anybody who knows what we're talking about right now. What the hell this guy is singing on about? Just give him a candy. Give Hero a candy. He's looking a little low. Toadie!
Nothing, Mousy. I'm right as the mail.
I don't know how to save this game right now. But I will gladly do your other triple self-care redeem. Hydrate, stretch, posture check, all in one. Yeah, Tro knows what we're talking about. I can tell. It was such a good... It lives in my head rent-free. Okay, we have your tether ball. Now, can we find our way back? I kind of have a gist of where I think I want to go to get back. I think I want to go northeast-ish. I'm doing some small cleaning / searching. What are we searching for? Found some things I didn't know I had. I hate when you need something that you absolutely can't find, though. what prompted this sudden cleaning of everything. Because if you're like me, you know where everything is until you don't, and then when you're missing that one thing, oh, we found some tofu, sweet. When you're missing that one thing, it's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna have to clean everything. It's just a random squash over there. We'll get back to you. First, I want to talk to you because this looks like the same as the place we were going east on your screen. And now this looks like the same bird, but west. Squack. Train station. Foggy Bridge. Was looking for my camera. Felt like trying photography again. Ooh. Belongs to spiders now. Uh-oh. Hopefully you and the spiders can make an accord. Yep. I bet you. Here's the playground right up here, yeah? Oh, yeah. The Foggy Bridge wraps the world around.
Well, that was fun. Nah.
Oh, he faked me out, you guys. I thought he was really having fun.
I'm gonna go play some tetherball.
See you later, alligators. I'm out of here. Okay, bye. We still haven't found Basil.
Oh, but seriously, come see me before you go. I got something special for you.
Sure. I guess we did a really cool side quest that I didn't think we were really necessarily focused on doing. Oh. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Have you found Basil yet? Well, we found a tetherball, and then we decided to beeline it back. Did find a copy of Age of Empires 1. I've never played those games. Are they like Civilization? Which is also a game I haven't played, but I know something about.
Hey, Mari. No luck so far, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I wish there was a way I could help more. We're all doing our best. Maybe we should start looking outside this forest.
Oh! Whoa! You sneaky jacket, you. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in, Raiders. I didn't know you were streaming when you came and poked your head in. Were you doing espionage? How's it going? Welcome. I hope that you know sending your people here is you've doomed them. Your audience is now going to be mistreated by mine. No, I'm just kidding. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Thanks for the sketchy raid. Appreciate your face. For those of you that missed it, we already did one before, but I'll go ahead and do another shout out to Sketchy Irishman. Boop, boop, boop. If you're watching on my channel, go send him a follow.
Right. Where was I? Oh, right. Shit myself.
Oh, man.
Yeah, the
Games
lights just straight up not working.
with flashlights are so good. There's just something about the flashlight camera that I just love. It really sets a vibe. For me, it never gets old. Love that. Also, 2 copies of a 30-day trial for the 2007 Adobe Suite. Do it. Put them back to back. Use 2 different email addresses and get 60 days of 2007 Adobe Suite. Live your best life. Make the coolest 2007 Adobe stuff.
I know. Why don't we try climbing that really long ladder? The one east of the stump.
We can't do that. Omori's afraid of heights. What if you just leave Omori behind?
But what if Basil's somewhere up there? We gotta take our chances.
I know, but... Omori, you're growing stronger and stronger every day. Or are we going to give Omori the pep talk so he's not going to be afraid of things? Is that how this happens? So I think Still Weeks Deep is now one of my favorite games. Right? I was just talking about this with Oz the other day. There's something that I don't like about some games that are labeled as horror or a subgenre thereof. And that is that as you play the game, you practice the same skills. Your Resident Evils, your Alan Wakes, your games where, and like Amnesia and stuff, you practice these skills that you learn at the very beginning of the game, and the game grows cumulatively. And so they say, okay, now that you got that down, what about that? plus this, and they give the game gets a little bit harder. They add in another element to everything that now you have to you're balancing 2 or 3 things, and by the end of the game, if somebody were to watch you starting out, they can see like you're struggling. It's kind of scary, and you sort of don't know how to play the game that well, so it's intense. But by the end, like, you've kind of learned the world, and you've leveled up in your own personal skills, as well as like the game may actually be giving you stuff too, like giving you advanced abilities or advanced items in your inventory. So your character is also getting better in addition to you getting better. It's great. It's awesome. And you have this progression sort of thing. And then also as a result of that, they throw harder and bigger things at you near the end of the game, right? It's cool, but it's not horror. That's the thing. Like, this is fine. I like games that give you progression. I like games where your skill going up as you play is important, where your character gets different cool stuff and abilities. That's cool too. I like all of that. I do. But I don't feel horrified. In fact, I feel empowered. And you feel empowered because the game has to keep throwing bigger and crazier stuff at you to make you feel like you're being challenged. Still Wakes the Deep, the original Layers of Fear before the remake, and some other games, I think, do a great job at ensuring you never feel empowered. They ensure that through careful work of the game, that you never develop cumulative skills that help you get better at the game later. So you don't become a big damn hero. They can still amp up the story if they want and make you see like crazier and crazier stuff as they go along. That's up to the narrative. But they could also keep things humble and psychologically damaging and just spooky and small form, because you're not getting stronger and better and more honed. One thing that Still Wakes the Deep does so great is they make you think in the beginning that you're learning some skills that they'll build on later on, and then you learn new skills and new skills and new skills, and then you realize it's not gonna build anything. It's always going to leave you bereft of what you should do next, because every time that you think you know how to play the game, they give you like a different way to play, which is also refreshing. You know, you don't get stuck in, I think like Alan Wake 1's combat is so samey. By the end, you're so bored of it, you don't want to do combat anymore. It's just the same, point your flashlight until you hear the sound effect and then shoot it. It gets so old so quick. Still Wakes the Deep, by the end, you think you're going to be reusing abilities that you got good at, and then you never see them come back again, and you're still learning new stuff, and you're like, I feel like I'm never going to get good, and that's the point. That game doesn't want you to feel stronger or empowered, or feel like you ever know what you're doing. You're always new. You're always scared. You're always a little bit confused. I love that. Toady says also several little tape recorder type things. Are you like an 80s executive, like CEO that records their thoughts and then somebody has to transcribe them or something? Interesting. Some are labeled, some are not. Yes, you're always on the back foot. Love that. Love that. It's great. Sounds like it does horror well then. Yeah, to me, that is horror. Your horror movies, your best horror movies, don't show a character leveling up and becoming a badass, right? Think of the way Ash moves through Evil Dead 1. He eventually overcomes like a lot of the conflicts that he undergoes in that movie, but not without significant loss, and never to like the point of, and now he's like empowered and ready to save the world. And then Evil Dead 2 plus Army of Darkness, they just took it to like that saga thing, right? There's still a lot of like loss, and there's still a lot of like crazy moments, but now it's not horror anymore. I don't think anybody would ever argue that those movies really sit in the horror, maybe like a subgenre of horror where it's just like, you know, we'll show you spooky things like animated skeletons, but it's never, you would never go to sleep after watching those go, oh, I've got chills. Like, I don't want to I don't want to sleep without a nightlight on, or, you know, I can't walk down the hallway to the bathroom unless all the lights are on. It doesn't play that way. The Resident Evil movies where she eventually levels up and fights like a super zombie in like a Coliseum sort of setting. Nobody's scared in that moment, right? Nobody is shaking in their seats, wondering if she's gonna beat the super zombie. It's just, it's not horror. Not really. So yeah, I like horror that makes you feel scared to walk around at home afterwards, and and could just as easily end with a tragedy. Your heroes do not have to win at the end. They could just as easily not. I love the story and the performances as well. Oh, absolutely. It's not every day a game actually makes me feel something besides anger and frustration. Yeah, good point. SWTD. I don't. Oh, Stoics the Deep. I was like, the game we were just talking about, you Nimrod. Stoics the Deep actually managed to pull on the heartstrings towards the end. Yeah, right? That too. And I think good horror should always do that too. If you just put people in pain and raise the stakes and make it hard on them and keep the anxiety up, but you don't have investment in what happened to those people or like anything about their like interpersonal struggle, if you don't like learn about the characters in some way, if there's no dynamics there or whatever, I don't know if that really succeeds that well to really make a memorable horror. There are plenty of horror movies that they don't care. They don't care at all. They just want to show you as much creepy stuff as they can, and they don't mind if there's no like emotion behind anything. But like The Exorcist, great movie in question, right? I love how we're talking in this like, we're in a playground. We got the playground music going on. We're talking about these like beautiful horror, you know, how to write great horror. The Exorcist could be about some little girl that gets possessed and like vomits and her skin gets weird and she talks funny. And you watch the movie and you're like, oh man, you know, a bunch of creepy stuff happened. If I was a little girl, I wouldn't want that to happen to me, or I wouldn't want that to happen to any little girls that I know. And that might be it. But they spend a significant amount of time investing in you learning about Regan and her mom and them trying different things and them not understanding what's going on at first. And you're part of the family then, right? You can place yourself in the shoes of the girl. You can place yourself mostly in the shoes of the mom, and how useless you must feel in the wake of a progressive disease that you have no control over. And at the beginning, with that sort of in mind, the fact that you don't know it's supernatural at first, or well, she doesn't know it's supernatural at first. You're going into a movie called The Exorcist, so you probably have an idea. But that she doesn't know that at first, you also start to think, you know, what would it be like to be a parent of a kid, and then your kid gets a progressively worsening disease that people can't cure, and it has scary symptoms. How would you feel? How much despair would you feel in that moment, right? Even if you've never like, you'll never have kids or whatever. It's an emotional heartstring moment. Whereas you compare that to a movie like Hostel, if anybody's seen that one, it's like some guys who are on a trip, they're like university student level or age thereabouts, and they go on a trip to like a janky part of some Eastern European nation, and they decide to stay somewhere cheap, and they get sort of like swindled into this like torture porn ring where people are doing awful stabby and hurty things to you know, unsuspecting victims that are part of like a human trafficking ring, and it's just like they get tortured. There's no investment in you like learning about these people's like emotions and connections to things. There's no culture, there's no interpersonal relationships, there's no story arcs, the characters don't change over the course of that. You watch, it's like watching an old porno that's like, you know, 40 minutes of backstory that don't succeed to do anything, and you're not really there for that anyways. So you're just like yawning and checking your watch, and oh, I saw blood. Oh, I saw something get stabbed. Oh, that was a weird part of the body that I've never seen get stabbed before in a horror movie before. Oh, look, there's blood shooting out of this one, and it's just, it's not horrific. If you're icked out by watching people get hurt, then maybe you just would watch it to feel ick. But I could show you stuff on YouTube that can make you feel ick. You don't need to watch a movie with a bad plot. And people, when Hostel came out, people thought me as a horror buff would really love the movie, and I shat on it as soon as I watched it. I was like, this movie sucks. It's just, it literally exists so in case you're squeamish, it'll make you feel more squeamish. Feeling squeamish is not the same thing as feeling dread. I like movies that make you feel dread. Yeah. Anyway, and you can't get dread unless you have good heartstring pulling moments. One of my favorite, the last horror movie I rewatched, I watched with Nico Crushing. We watched Heritage together. And God, I forgot how great the interpersonal stories are with the people. Sup, Jam?
Jane Gobar just subscribed. Yo, Damien.
Jam, we've hit 9 months of sub. We just made a sub baby, my dude. I think we need to let's name our sub baby, Jam. Toss me some names. What do you think? A sub baby has been born. Also a 50 stream watch streak. What the what? Crazy. And to think, when it all started, I was like, oh, there used to be somebody. Yoshi, I'm down. Our sub baby's name is Yoshi. Welcome, little baby Yoshi, to the world. Blum, blum. I don't know how to do good Yoshi sounds. Hey, Jam. To think it all started, like, I remember saying when you first came into my streams, I was like, oh, are you the same Jam as there used to be another Jam that was like part of, like, would follow Nico and Oz and me and a couple other streamers that we knew. And you're like, oh, no, I'm not that one. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I'm going to call you Jam because I haven't seen that guy in a while. I think those were like my first words out of my mouth, just seeing your name. Also just trying to pronounce your name, which is funny. Every time we do a raid out to somebody else and you say hi, there was like Jam Gabar. Can I just call you Jam? So I'm pretty sure it was like almost exactly my first interactions. But yes, Nico and I watched Heritage, and for me it was a rewatch. For him it was a first time watch. The intimacy of the characters, their arcs, their dynamics, and a general sensation of everything is falling apart and there's no grip to hold you up, to keep you afloat as things just are crumbling all around you, right? You're losing everything, and it's just, it feels like a classic horror movie. One of those where the despair sets in from all angles. You see everything falling apart. And the understanding of who the main character is nebulous, which I also like. It kind of reminds me of Psycho, for those of you that have actually watched the movie Psycho, where you have this idea of, oh, hey, main protagonist, right? And we're going to follow this person through the whole story. And oops. Okay, never mind. So what are we watching again? How is this playing out? Yeah, love it. Loved it. And it was great to watch again. And as I understand it, Heritage was also not written as a horror movie initially. First treatment of the story that they wanted to tell, they were like, here's kind of like what we want to have happen. And then they decided that the script treatment, I think is the right word, that they would use that would best serve the story would be to place it in horror. And I think that's kind of cool. That didn't start that way, you know, which makes it more flavorful than, well, I have this idea for like a guy with gooey burned skin and he wears a claw glove that he can cut you with the claw. Arr. So, yeah. There are two types of horror. Wait, I didn't skip anything, did I? Okay, cool. Two types of horror. Horror that makes you scared and horror that makes you horrified of the sheer horror of what's happening. Yeah, I like to feel scared. I don't like to feel like the thing I'm watching is horrific because it doesn't hit me the same. I don't know about you guys, but like you can come up with some really fucked up shit to put on TV or screen, the big screen or whatever. Like,
What's wrong, Doc?
well, thanks.
Nothing, nothing. I'm right as the mail.
Jacket raid and jacket care. Yeah, I feel like you could really show some really messed up torture porn, awful stuff, just like how gross, how grody can you get it? How visceral, how detailed, you know, how up close, how great effects if it's a monster or an alien or something. You know, like how realistic can you make it? That stuff's fine. I'm interested in like seeing that kind of stuff. I like, you know, just creepy things too. But I probably won't walk away from those movies and tell you it was so good. Because a good movie to me is a good story. And good story is, I want to feel scared. I want to feel dread. I don't need to look at scary stuff. And it just doesn't do it. Yeah. Made a strawberry daiquiri. Ooh, and it's so what I needed right now. I've had daiquiri in a long time. I always feel like people make fun of daiquiris as just being like that drink that people who don't like drinking drinks. Daiquiris are solid, good drinks. They are really, really delicious. And you're missing out if you won't include them in your repertoire. That sounds really good. Yeah. It's late, so I'm gonna head off. Sketchy, Jacket, Irish, all the nicknames you go by. Thank you so much for the love tonight. I will do my best to treat your audience as poorly as I treat my own. Everybody say goodnight to Jacket. What's up, Munish? Munish? I like your name. Konnichiwa, what's up? Oh, you know, just chilling. I'm not squeamish, but yeah, I do not like that kind of super graphic stuff. Yeah, I feel like people either like horror and don't care about the squeamish, or you don't like the squeamish or horror at all, and it's like it really only sells to an audience that is interested in watching, I don't know, like fake stuff. I've also watched like a lot of snuff and like real violence stuff, especially when I was younger and the internet was a wilder place and they had websites that were just like, hey, you know, this cartel caught up with, you know, snitch or whatever, and they're going to do this thing to their body. And I was like, you know, young me was just like, oh yeah, let me grab some popcorn and watch what you do. So I've seen like real body stuff before. And maybe that too is like why if you CG and like blood bag and animatronics and, you know, you do like all the great like virtual effects stuff. I'm like, yeah, but it doesn't look real. Or like, oh, it looks pretty real, but I know it's not, you know? So am I just the MTV generation where if it's fake, it just doesn't even land on me? I'm like anti-squeamish. I'll stick my finger in something in a wound just to see what happens. No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. That's gross. But yeah, it's just, I also don't like the squeamish stuff, but because it's a yawn fest for me. Okay, let's pep talk Amori into climbing heights. Yeah, I think this. I wonder if this is like the mechanic. Like every time we hit a place where the kids are all, oh, we just have to do this. Like we just have to dive in the water, or we just have to go past the spider webs. Then they're gonna give Amori a pep talk, and they're gonna try to get him to get past his fears. I also feel like if you do this too much to a kid that has all these fears and you make them face all of these fears, it could be bad. You might start to create some sort of trauma or something in the kid. I kind of meant it a different way, but I don't know how to phrase it. Give me like 2 hours. I'll be here for 2 hours. Yeah. Oh, you did say you're not squeamish. I think I kind of misread what you said. So like me, you're not squeamish. So if you can, think of why you don't like the super graphic stuff. For me, it's just because it's boring. Like it's artistically interesting to watch when somebody, you know, properly shows a machete going through a eyeball or whatever, and the the viscera that comes out of that and all that. It's like, okay, you worked hard to make this a visual representation of something, but I'm not like, I'm scared for my eye. I don't feel that way at all. I just don't. And I'm an empathetic person. I am. It's not there. Not in movies. Come on, little brother, face your fears. Are you calling me little brother because Mari is Omori's sister? Or is this just like one of those like cultural, you're younger than me and we're friends, so you get called little brother thing, like a Japanese?
It's natural to be nervous at first, but you should know that we all believe in you. Come on, Amori. It's just one measly little ladder. What's the worst that can happen? I don't know about this. Do you think you're gonna be okay, Amori?
No. I kind of want to say no.
What if I say no?
Maybe I should say no. Oh, so you're on the other side of ads. Maybe I should wait.
Man, 3 minutes of ads. Damn.
Why do I do this to myself? No, I know why. The answer is I did the research and I figured out how, Twitch and ads and all of that sort of thing works. I also know how to do this on YouTube. I know how to manually set the ads, but YouTube does not have an API to let me check to see when the ad breaks come. And they don't have one of those pop-ups. Like when I'm monitoring the Twitch chat, I see this big green banner that says ads are incoming, ad break in progress, ad break ends in blah, blah, blah time. And so I get like a regular flow for when ads happen. And so I'm able to sort of like run the business of advertising in Twitch better. When you schedule ads on YouTube, you don't see when they are coming, when they come, when they're going to leave, that sort of thing. And I think it might be on a per person basis, because YouTube does like send ads to people based on like their watch duration and stuff, which means it might not be something you can schedule for everybody. Well, maybe you can, I don't know. But the support's not all there. I'd love to have my bot be able to manage ad breaks there just like I can on Twitch. And it's just, there's no API for that. And I don't know if they'll add it, but right now it seems like if they're adding features on YouTube's live stream, it's slow at best. And so in the research, I found that if you are able to run ads, you want to clump them as much as possible and give as much empty ad time as you can, because people have run the numbers. And when you have, first of all, when you have pre-roll ads enabled in Twitch, well, it's enabled by default. You have to mess with the settings to turn it off, basically. People will come into your stream. They'll be curious to see what kind of a streamer you are and what you're doing and what the vibe of the community is. They'll be interested to see if they want to stay or not. And they'll run into a pre-roll ad, and there's a good drop-off of people that go, 20 seconds? Oh, Taco Bell? Oh, I'm just out of here. I don't even care that much. I was just kind of curious, and now I have to see an ad and I don't even want to. It's not the majority of people, but it's always a percentage of people that go, I super just don't want to stay here for this. I'm sorry. I just don't. I want to hang for this kind of ad break. Whereas if you run ads the way I do, you only get one interruption every hour, and then the rest of it is ad-free, non-interrupted time, which is really nice to have less interruptions per time, even if they're long ad breaks. Having long dearths of no ads is really cool. And no pre-roll ads at all means anybody can come in and immediately get the vibe of the place without like giving Twitch ad revenue for having to pop in and do that. It's not my favorite way to do it, but it seems like the best way out of everything so far. I like psycho horror and body horror because those generate fear that lasts. Body horror does not do it to me. Psychological horror does. If you can make me feel despair, if you can make me feel distrust, I really like movies that do distrust very well. I think zombie movies can be great like that. I also think Rosemary's Baby, really old one, like what, 1960s or something, was really great at that one too. The idea that you think you know who you can trust, and then betrayals and lies and secrets and hiding and stuff, they all happen and turn the narrative on its head. That's cool, because then you start to distrust stuff around you or the people around you too, and you take that home. But if I watch like really gruesome stuff happen to somebody's body on screen, I don't take it home at all. To me, I could just give me a candy bar and something to drink. I'll chomp and slurp my way through it, and everybody else might get sick and feel grossed out and come home scared about, hope that doesn't happen to me. But I don't care. The grossest stuff I've ever seen on camera, I don't even care. And honestly, it doesn't, like, there are plenty of like really crazy violent scenes that I've seen that were graphically designed in movies like Wanted and American History X and like Lock, Stock, and Snatch. And like there's some plenty gruesome moments in non-horror movies. I think that's just proof that like really violent, really graphic detail isn't inherently freaky to me anyways. Either way, I guess it meant that there's horror that's one-dimensional, nothing behind it, just leaves you scared for a few minutes maybe, and horror that has flavor and actual impact to characters you may have grown to like. Yes, that's it. That's what it comes down to. Do I care about the characters? Is there a real story? Do we know something about them so we invest? If I'm not invested in the characters, whatever happens to them, even if it's pretty like freaky or creepy, but I haven't learned about them that much, or I don't have a buy-in, I don't know. I've watched movies where they even give them backstories and, you know, plenty of dialogue and stuff, but if they're just not likable, or there's not like a lot of depth to them, or you can't really understand why they would do the things they do. Well, why are you going into that room? He's probably in there waiting with a knife. Oh, look, you just got stabbed. Like that kind of stuff. Then anything that happens to the characters, I find just a total snore. You want to feel invested to somebody in order for the horror to hit harder, right? Otherwise, they're just like, they're a mannequin. They're just an empty vessel. Anybody, it could be anybody at that point. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Hello, Risa. Hi, and welcome. By the way, I love talking about horror. If you guys want to deep dive into any horror movie or subgenre or whatever, that is 100%. Like, I watch different movies. Lately, it's been harder for me to get to movie theater to watch anything recent, just because kids and work and stuff. But out of all the genres of any type of movie ever, I've seen more horror than anything else. And I've seen old horror, middle horror, new horror, the whole shit. I love horror movies. And I'm the sort of person that will watch the really bad horror just for me to be able to say that's bad and then identify where the good stuff is. I don't watch the bad stuff because I like to. I have some friends that claim that they're horror enthusiasts, and they'll like have a drinking party and watch like a campy chainsaw or machete movie, and the kids are getting hurt and stuff, and they're laughing and they're having a good time. That stuff bores me, but I watch it so that I can at least understand why it's bad. But I come alive when I see a horror movie that freaks me out, which is very, very few in the entire genre. I have to go to bed early tonight, but I'll hang out until then. Oh, thanks. I appreciate the support while you are here. Thank you very much. I like surrealist and psychological kind of horror. Yeah, surrealist can be good too. Sometimes it can get kind of lost in the weeds. I feel like after the first Hellraiser, the other Hellraisers started to go just very... I feel like they just wanted to show you cool stuff. Like weird hellscapes and crazy set design and all the different Cenobite and other creatures, like just how they can make them look and how they interact with the world. And they wanted to get you lost in like the mythos and beauty of the dark aesthetic. But it wasn't like surrealist in a very necessarily great way. But surrealism can be good, especially because it makes you distrust the world around you. And I do like distrust as a mechanic. But psychological horror is like top notch for me, 100%. That kid's hitting the person in the head with the tetherball? He is. Yeah, that's how they play. That's how they play tetherball. Yep, that's a thing. I'm going to say no and see what happens, because I just want to know what happens when I say no. That's okay. You just take your time.
Aw, come on, Amori. We can't just sit tight with Basil missing. Amori, we have to do this. We're all here to support you. And if anything happens, we'll all be here to protect you too. Won't we, Aubrey? Yeah, I guess you're right about that. You have nothing to be afraid of as long as we're together. Basil's probably all alone. He needs us right now. Amori, you need to face your fears for Basil's sake. I believe in you. We can take it slow if you'd like. As long as we get there eventually. Woohoo! Let's go. To the ladder to the east of the stump. We'll see you later, Marty.
Interesting. So I didn't actually get like a loop on the dialogue where I got to say yes or no a second time. They're just like, you know what? We're going to pep talk you and we're going to do this, Omori. We don't care if you're ready. We're just going to put more positivity into your ears and then we're going to make you climb that ladder, bitch. I must have learned the rules wrong. I mean, if you were ever playing with a large dino creature thing, this is then you might have learned those rules, but if you didn't, you don't know. Most horror tends to not affect me, which doesn't leave me playing very many horror games or watching horror movies. But when it does, it hits. Maybe that's why I did tour so much of the bad stuff though too, because I did kind of want to see if people were wrong or right about something when they say, oh, I really love, like the Jason movies. It's like, well, I want to know. Some people do and why. So I watched like every Friday the 13th movie to try to understand it, right? And to be fair to even like the 80s, I've got a monster and there's some like claymation and animatronics and visceral goo and latex and vinyl and stuff like that in special ways to make it look like blood. Like for those movies, I get some of it. I do get some of it. Some of it was just like after you made a couple movies, now you have tons of cash. You just a cash grab, right? But some, especially like first installations of series, I do get, and those ones can be pretty darn cool. Yeah. I love this game so much. I am loving it so much so far. Honestly, I am.
Remember, Amori, you're stronger than you think.
Yeah? We'll see. First, I'm going to eat some of your nutritious candy.
Oh, yeah.
That sting, though, is weird. You and your friends feel like new. Oh, yeah. Candy. All right, we're candied up. Let's talk to the tetherball champions over here. Oh, cutscene.
Hey, dudes, thanks for getting my lost ball back. As you can see, I'm putting it to good use.
Yep, she sure is.
I was thinking, since you're all so kind to help me out, I'm going to be generous and teach you my, special skill. But first, I got a question for y'all.
Uh-oh.
Which one of you has the hardest head?
Kel.
Well, duh, that had to be Aubrey. What did you say? Whoa, chill out. No hard feelings. Get it?
Wow.
That sounds about right.
I guess it's going to Aubrey.
All right, Aubrey, I'm going to teach you a skill just between hard-headed folks like us.
Folk.
It's my specialty.
Headbutt. Why, I think that was Van's specialty, really.
It's simple, really. You just run up to someone and...
Do it, Burley. Boom! Right in the gut. Wow!
Now you try.
Oh, you gonna do it to Van?
That looks like it would hurt. And also mess up my hair. And also ruin my bow. Oh, come on, Aubrey, live a little. Having messy hair never hurt anyone.
Here's living proof of that. Oh, sick burn.
Yeah, you bet. Huh. Fine. But if I'm doing this, I'm gonna give it all I got.
Go, Aubrey. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, of course, right to Van. How was it? What do you think, Van? Oh no, she's got dizzy.
I feel dizzy. Whoa, nice one, Aubrey. I knew I saw talent in you.
Congratulations!
You passed the test with flying colors. What's happening? From this day forth, I hereby declare you a bona fide head butter. I know it could also be pronounced bona fide, but you know, it's gross. Aubrey learned headbutt. And take the certificate. Show your friends. I'm sure they'll be proud.
You got a butt certificate. Nice. Nice. I have to approach horror with the right mindset. Disconnect a little. I generally have to too. If I'm too analytical, I won't feel the vibe, you know? Resign myself to the fate of at least some of the cast. The anticipation is worse than the scares themselves. 100%. Yeah. In fact, that's so true for so many movies that I think movies would do better in many cases to like not fully explain all the mythos and not necessarily give us the great reveal or the like big like here's, you know, everything in all its glory sort of scenes, because sometimes in the reveal you just that's what they're it's an alien, you guys, or like it's just like a demon, or like okay, it was a ghost story, yeah, all right. Whereas before, when you didn't know, your brain was like searching all over, like trying to fill in the missing gaps. And when we don't have gaps, we get inquisitive. You know, it draws our attention deeper. And then they can really fuck with you because you're already like, you're getting more attachments to the story. You don't necessarily need to, you don't want to ignore the characters. But they need to be an attachment too, I mean to say. But you can also get attached to missing information. And that's why I hate when they do remakes of movies. Like I watched the remake of Halloween, was it? I watched maybe not that one. Which one was it that I think I really felt kind of meh about? Oh, I watched the remake of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And they sort of like give you some better backstory and understanding of the family. Like once I knew more about them, I feel like that detoothed everything for me, right? It's like, oh, now I understand more about where they're coming from, and there's no mystique. I'm not like scrambling to try to fill in the missing information in my own brain. I feel more at ease because they're giving me all of that. Yeah. Hope you're having a good time. I'm officially on my 4-day break from work. Congrats, Stuart. I'm so excited. What you gonna do? That's why I think Five Nights at Fridays one, Five Nights at Fridays. With Tom, Five Nights at Freddy's. One was the scariest. Yeah, because you had no idea about anything, right? And especially if you were new to it. Like you hadn't watched another streamer play it, and like your favorite horror people had already showed you all the jump scares and everything. And they're like, oh, I want to play that game too. I want to see how it feels. If you just got into the game fresh and you just didn't know what you were getting into, holy crap. Like what a journey of exploration that you have to do to understand what's going on in that game. Okay, so they said east of the stump. Now I have to remember where the stump is. Stump north of here? Well, first of all, let's look at that butt thing. It's in my pocket. Important. There it is. Butt certificate. Proof Aubrey has a hard head. Use. There it is. Oh, wow. Looks like Burley really did a great job at this. Look at that butt head. Good job. Good job. All right. Well, one more save. Now that we have the butt. Headbutt. A lot of people said that if you knew anything about the Blair Witch Project, you you wouldn't have experienced the movie the right way if you knew anything about it before you walked in. And that now that the Blair Witch Project has been made, you can never do that to people ever again, really. Unless you catch like young people. Oh yeah, that's the stump. If you catch young people and they've never watched horror, you could probably show them either Blair Witch or derivative sort of work, and have them experience those feelings for the first time. But with it out in the like public eye, it's probably hard to keep people spoiled from that kind of experience now, so that they can feel it raw. And I'm not even saying like it was smart, but it wasn't like genius. I wouldn't say that watching that movie made me feel like it was one of the best ever made, but I did watch it fresh with no input from anybody. My friends knew and made me watch it and didn't tell me anything, and that was smart on their end to keep me agnostic to everything about the movie. And when I watched it, I was like, wow, I get it. That's a very interesting thing to have tried. Maybe not top 5 horror of all time, but definitely like groundbreaking. And you would never watch it twice. You could never sit down and watch it a second time. It wouldn't have any feeling that it would have any impact at all knowing about it afterwards. I haven't watched Blair Witch Project and I don't know about it. Here's the thing. We've been talking about horror a lot, and I don't remember if I've ever heard you say this. Do you like scary movies? Because just because something is like groundbreaking and worthwhile in its genre doesn't mean you like the genre, right? I could talk about like maybe the most influential or like controversial country western song that was ever written and how it had an impact on like on music history. But if you don't like country western, then it's like, oh, let's listen to it together. But you'll probably be like, I just don't like this music. You do, depending. I would say if you could very carefully, without spoiling yourself in any way, find a way to watch it, you would appreciate it. Again, like, do I say, top 5 classic horror of all time, and nothing beats it except these other 4 maybe. It's not that, but it did things that if you even like just some horror, it's worth seeing. I'll just leave it at that. And hopefully nobody else in chat, now that somebody's never watched it, don't say anything about, the details of that movie. And there are a lot of movies I think they're like that, not necessarily in horror. I like watching movies that when you don't know anything about it, it is a very good thing. I think it's interesting to me to watch movies like that. And it piques my interest. Because I have some friends that they know that I hate spoilers and I hate like knowing too much about a story ahead of time. And if that's part of it, in the not knowing, like you get thrown for a really interesting ride or you get introduced to a really interesting concept that if you knew about it ahead of time, it would completely defang what you're experiencing. I do get drawn into that kind of stuff. I find that particularly rather interesting. Yeah. I feel like District 9 did that to people because when that movie was being pitched, their trailers revealed nothing about what they were going to do to the story. They just gave you like the topic. And once you had the topic, that was enough to draw in some people. And then you got a lot of really positive reviews. But I came into that movie not knowing what to expect whatsoever, or thinking I knew what to expect. And then for them to take the story where they did, I was like, wow. I had mad respect for what they ended up trying. Yeah. There are a lot of games like that too. It's one of the reasons I try to guard against spoilers. Yeah, me too. Like this game so far, every twist and turn, I've really enjoyed like where they're trying to lead me. And this reminds me of a couple other games that I feel like had some fuckery along the way. One of my favorites that I played just because of how it made me feel along the way, though it was not as polished as this game, was Buddy Simulator 1984 or something like that. It's one of those games that's like, you play it because it plays you, and it's worth it. I want to say anything else about that because that's all you need to know. Yeah. This is a game in which spoiling can be considered treason. Good! Because the people who watched me play Undertale felt completely the opposite. I think they felt that if I did not play the game optimally, I was committing treason. But if you're playing a game for the first time, you're expected to make mistakes, right? You're expected to miss clues or like, the dialogue's clearly saying do this in combat. I'm like, oh, I'm distracted by a bunch of stuff. And I got lights. Me as a streamer, I got lights shining in my eyes, and I'm looking at chat over, and me multi-streaming, several different windows all going off at the same time, and, paying attention to a lot of stuff that's not just the game. So I like that I played it suboptimally. And hopefully I scared away some of those people that were like, oh, D is just going to play it like he doesn't know how to play the game. I'm done. Yeah. This game only works if you don't know anything. Good. I love that. I don't think this game has a lot of people that spoil like Undertale, but I haven't watched live streams of it. Oh. Well, I'm glad that we're streaming this.
Remember what Marty and Amori said, or what Mari said, Amori. You're stronger than you think. Don't worry, we'll be right behind you. Yeah, and if you fall, we'll be right here to catch you.
Oh, that sounds scary.
Kel, don't scare him. You won't fall, Amori. I promise.
I mean, if you hold my butt, you're gonna hold my butt the whole way up. I did that to the kids sometime, or did that to the kids when they were little. Don't do that anymore. But my friends sadly got spoiled, but they still love it. But still playing it without spoilers really gives more of an impact. I appreciate that. Yeah. I did tell them about the door. Yeah, true. The doors, because I am only playing this once. Other than that, I haven't said anything. I also ended up spoiling myself, but I still loved it. Oh no. I've had that happen only a couple times, and usually not in games, but I have had it happen in, oh, hello, hands. I have had it happen in shows where I was trying to like learn something about the episode I just watched. And then I ended up like saying, and then in the next episode, they die. I'm like, ah, oh, son of a bitch. You are no longer afraid of heights. Interesting. So the hands like all like started to do the creep up. And then I'm already just, you know what? The power of friendship. Friendship is magic, you guys. Also, I'd like to just say in advance, if everyone starts spamming someone probably spoiled and don't read above, that's a good point. I like that. Yeah, I will not scroll upwards if I see a bunch of like obvious filling of the chat. Like, and it's all you guys that I know and trust, and like, oh, interesting. How did chat suddenly like get spammy like I'm a big streamer, but it's just you guys? Well, look at that. Look at Amori go. New superpower unlocked. Man, I know there's a reason why we never climbed this ladder, but I can't put my finger on it. What, did you already forget about Amori?
It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh well. Here goes nothing.
That's weird, right? I feel like that's a clue to something. Like, they just all encouraged Amori, and then part way up, it's like Hiro was like, we should have been climbing this all the time. Why didn't we ever climb it before? Like, they completely forgot Amori's plight. Interesting. This world also makes me wonder if, like, everybody who's not black and white and everything that's not black and white isn't real. Is this all just a fabrication of Omori somehow? He stared at the black light in the white space for too long, and he's got these friends that materialize when he does so.
Wait, hold up, guys. Shoot. Where is he? I just had him.
Where's who?
Hector, my pet rock. I swear I just had him in my pocket.
No, Hector.
He must have fallen out of my pocket when I wasn't paying attention.
Oh, side quest.
I'm sorry, Hector. I should have been more careful. What's the big deal? It's just a rock, right? Don't you dare say that. He's not just a rock. He's family.
Don't worry, I'm sure he'll turn up soon, Kel. Probably.
I sure hope so. Wait for me, Hector. I'll find you. I promise.
Aw. Poor Kel. Oh, look, you can... This is weird how the group, like, goes underneath you or over you on the ladder. Alright, we're not going to bother ourselves trying to find that rock right this moment, but... Oh, hello. Like a floating sperm thing. Oh my. We're suddenly in a hole? And we're climbing up? Out of the dirt? Hello, Dino. Now I feel like we're in a side-scroller. It kind of looks like one. We're in a different game mode? It suddenly looks different. Oh no. What? First. It's like you guys in chat. Look, this is how you sound. Just kidding. Hello? What happened to him? You good, hero?
The ladder. It just... it never ends.
Yeah, it was pretty long. Love the music in the area. It's pretty nice. The music in this game has been... Like, it's not complex. But it's really interesting. It's definitely a vibe.
That's one small step for Kel, one large step for Kelkind.
Where'd you get that flag?
That's not how it goes. You don't get to decide how it goes. You weren't here first.
What is this? These all look like feathers sticking out of the ground. And there's a space like helmet on the bird over there. Wait, hold on. Is that my birth certificate? What a jerk. That's where he got the flag. Take that thing down right now.
What if somebody sees it?
Oh, she's just nervous. Or what? Shy, bashful about it. No way. Look at this thing fluttering in the wind. Does flutter pretty good for a certificate.
So majestic. So beautiful.
His text is floating and his eyes are closed like he's just in the moment. That's cute. EBF! Hi, how's it going? Hi, oh my god, Omori. I know, right? This game is so fun. First time playing. I know nothing about it. Nobody spoiled anything for me, so just enjoy the ride while I'm, here. Hero, do something! Oh, he's too tired.
One sec. Just catching my breath.
Actually, give me a minute. Oh, poor guy. Why are the rest of us not winded like he is?
Never mind.
Oh, got the so majestic, so beautiful achievement. Fly the birth certificate. Amazing. I was on Tree Town Sound. No joke. Matthew let me on the air. Nice. So what'd you talk about? What'd you guys, how did it go? Like, tell me how the flow was. Hero's a pathetic weakling. It's so weird that the rest of them, like, I know just watching in combat, like, his numbers come up weaker, but, he's also a healer, so it's like, it's kind of, in JRPG terms, I expect it, but, the rest of us aren't huffing and puffing like that. Can we grab the flag? Aubrey's birth certificate. So majestic, so beautiful. Says it even as the narrator. What's up, bird? Mrs. Parrot. Cheap. Otherworld campsite. Cattail Field. I think we want to see the campsite first. Let's go. Oh my, this is Gorge. Otherworld. Do we have a other mother here too? Man, this place is just... You know what this place is? This place is so Undertale. When did Undertale come out? Way before this one, right? Like 2016. When was Undertale? So this game came out in a world where Undertale had already been 2015. Where Undertale was here in the world as a reaction to the Mother series of games. So this was created in a world where both the Mother games and Undertale existed. Because this vibes of like, you know, Mother to a degree, but also with like weird creatures and like nobody is the same in the entire city based on the flyby. That's a very like Undertale vibe, right? Like not a single sprite the same kind of thing. This game started development earlier. Okay, interesting. Undertale and Amori, I think, started being worked on around the same time. I wonder how co-informational they were. Also, I've been stopped by fluffy lamb thing. Hello? Gumbo. Gumbo says, Gumbo. Happy. So, okay. Yeah. You look it. You look happy. It's not important, but Toby Fox did contribute slightly to this game. I super appreciate that. I think if you loved the Mother series so much and you knew other people who were working in the space, why wouldn't you even just like a little creative consultant work or even just get into chats here and there about it? Maybe an email thread or like just what, you know, stream of consciousness every once in a while. Like, wouldn't you feel richer for it? And wouldn't you be curious to know what other people are doing in the space? Like, just as a lover of things like this. Absolutely. He made a song for it? Oh, that's cool. Mr. Fox and his musical prowess. Zarf.
So many humans today. You guys are always such big fans of space travel.
Yeah, I like space travel. A vending machine. Buy a tasty soda? That's a lot. I think I'll pass for now. What's this? Oh, it's one of the train station things? A transportation station. It doesn't seem to be in service. Gotcha. So this is going to be like our fast travel that's going to make the world a little bit more manageable at some point later on down the line. We've come across one of them already in the forest, I think. Snug. Aw.
It's at times like these that I'm reminded that our universe is beautiful.
Sure. I mean, I like pink as much as the next streamer. Oh, hey. How did... That's not super weird at all. What are you doing here?
Welcome to Otherworld, an unofficial pit stop for weary space travelers and a popular family-friendly camping ground. Don't you just love the smell of firewood?
Sure.
And the sound of running water?
Yes, I definitely do.
And the crisp space breeze?
Does space have breezes? I like crisp breezes.
It all makes the vast emptiness of space a little more bearable, don't you think?
Yes. What's your treat? Ah, yes. Some lovely space tube food. Would you like to eat some? Hell yeah. Give me some of that space tube. If you interact with the bucket on the top right corner of my bucket, you can have a picnic. Yeah, I've done that before. Should we do another picnic? Gotta have our save point. You know me, I'm a save scummer. If I have save points near me, I'll like run out, grab a bunch of experience, come back, refresh and save. Like, that's just me. Let's do a space picnic. Let's enjoy the spaciness.
When I grow up, I'm gonna be a space pirate.
Oh, careful. I know somebody that fights those in another series, another type of game.
I'm gonna travel all around the universe. Our search for Basil's taken all of us pretty far from home. If traveling the universe is what you want, you definitely have a head start. I wonder what kind of friends we will meet. What foes we'll face. It'll be an epic journey to end all journeys. This guy's like Lars when he turns space pirate in Steven Universe. Oh, sorry, spoilers. You're way too carefree about this, Kel. Did you forget we're looking for Basil? Remember our dear friend Basil who needs us? Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to be positive. I have complete faith that we will save him. Besides, the heroes always win. Isn't that right, hero? I see what you did there. Very funny, Cal. Yeah, like Hero's heard that joke about his name every year of his life. All right, are we sufficiently consumed of the food? Good stuff. All right. My son loves this game. By the way, hi, Center. Been a while. I haven't played it yet, but he keeps asking me to play it. Ooh. So what I know about this, and I'd hate to like do this to you because it's been a minute, but everybody says this game is really best played like knowing almost nothing about it. So if you stay, you're going to start to learn stuff about it. That's the thing. I've heard that it's kind of erroneously marketed to young kids, but that the subject matter is a bit more mature than that. And they do warn you right out the gate. So there is a disclaimer. So effectively, parents who, you know, are conscientious about games, right out of the gate, it does tell you what audiences should be consuming a game of this sort and like what to expect. Not to spoil the game, but just, you know, that there's some heavy stuff in here. Yeah. I got the big collector's box for the Switch. Nice. Isn't intentionally marketed towards young kids? No, I think there's an aesthetic that might be immediately eye-drawing for littlers, or young, smallers, whatever you call them, young people. But yeah, it's definitely. I don't think that the marketing campaign is to get them in there. Maybe it's an influencer thing then. Maybe. If you know the kind of stuff I stream, you know I don't stream kid-friendly stuff. I'm not a kid-friendly channel. I'm marked as 18 plus. We talk about 18 plus things on my stream, and we play 18 plus sort of games sometimes. That's just how it do. Rush, hello and welcome. I do not have snacks for you, but I do appreciate you being here. How's it going? I feel like, Rush, we have not connected in some time. I hope everything is great for you and your fam. Also, howdy, Corruptional Center. Oh, Rush is best bean. One of our favorite people in this house. Oz and I stand Rush 100%. Sen is 14. I'd say if I was 14 and getting involved in this game with a good head on my shoulders, it would be, you know, very meaningful and good and worthwhile. But my kids, I wouldn't. Not that they don't have good heads on their shoulders. They're just not that age yet. Yeah. YouTube would mistakenly direct Amori stuff to kids, I'm sure. Maybe. Yeah, I wonder though, because the algo's getting better with YouTube about like what's being spoken. So if you're a streamer, also with text on the screen. So if you're a streamer and text appears in text boxes and you're also like reading it out loud so that there's a vocal part to that, that stuff comes through. So the things you say and the things you put up on screen, those all matter. And I've noticed that a lot of live streamers on YouTube and Twitch have been more cautious about like if you're gonna have text on screen that it's censored in a certain way, or like, you know, replacement words just to make sure that everything's kosher, because it will get scanned. And definitely like the words that you say and the amount of words. Even as an 18 plus streamer, I can't just go off and like just spout profanities, and certain types of words obviously are against terms of service literally everywhere. So if you start talking loose like that and you just think, well, that's just how I talk, it's fine. It's not fine if you're, you know, constantly breaking the platform rules of the place that's, you know, your patron saint to let you do this. I think there must be a reason he loves it so much. I'm loving it so much already, definitely. It's definitely got its dark, hard to, you know,
process components to it, but I think that's what makes it so wonderful. Because I like that kind of depth. YouTube's not best about that. Yeah, I agree. And I mean, do kids lie on the internet to see stuff they're not supposed to see? All the time. All the time. So really just being conscientious as a parent and having the right controls or monitoring or conversations so that, you know, they're not left alone, bereft of the skills to navigate the crazy internet, I think is really good. You can't necessarily rely on a platform in that regard. I will state beforehand, I don't know anything about this game. I only know that it's plot heavy, so apologies if I don't catch or prevent spoilers. Yeah, you're fine. But also if you stay and parts of this get spoiled for you, if you ever want to play this, you know, just cautious. If you do want to get involved in playing this at some point, Rush, it might be best to do it completely devoid of spoiler. Horse water. Okay. Good to know there are horses around here, I suppose. It's us again. A floating mirror. Your friends smile warmly behind you. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. My theory about the colors and all that is even more supported when I do stuff like look in the mirror. Hi, buddy.
Yes, yes. Hello, valued customer. Welcome to my shop. Please buy something.
What do you have? Ooh, s'mores. I do like s'mores. Cherry soda, banana smoothie. That sounds, yeah, a little bland, but it does the job. Rubber band. What Madonna does after a concert, if you know what I mean. I'm sorry. It's so stupid. I'm a moron. Sparkler. Ooh, inflicts happy. Life Jam. Oh, like the one who's in our chat. Infused with the spirit of life. Revives a friend that is toast. That might be nice to own. We'll hold off for now. But it's good to know that this stuff's here.
You know I don't appreciate window shoppers.
Okay, well, thanks. Good for you, I guess. I encourage my kids to be as mature as they feel they can be. I like that. I do like that. I want them to be able to call their mother out on her worldview. Oh, yeah. We've got some family that will be of the counter example variety, but I don't. My kids are still young. They're 6 and almost 5, and they're not quite ready to have to experience the family that will have conversations about, you know, do you want to live like that? Do you think that's a smart idea? Do you think this particular family member is using their best empathy, their best politeness, their best engagement with the world, and, you know, all the ways that your family and your school have taught you how to be as a good citizen? Okay, well, let's talk about what they're doing and what you want to do instead. That will eventually be a conversation with them, right? But I do love the idea. When I was a kid, I always loved the adults that treated you with respect. So they didn't like belittle you. They didn't think like, oh, 5. Well, what was I like when I was 5? And like try to like dumb themselves down to be like 5. But the ones that felt like they were like bringing you to their inner circle and treating you like an equal. And that doesn't mean, oh, let me give you a mimosa and I'm going to tell you about how my horrible ex-husband, blah, 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 blah. Not anything like inappropriate for their age, but just show them the opportunity to be their best and most mature and most connective. I loved those adults, and me and a friend were talking about this, I think in late high school, early college, and we're like, let's be those adults when we grow up more. And that conversation stuck with me. So now with my kids and with other people's kids, I try to be like that person that stops and legitimately gives them space to speak, even if it is nonsense or silly or whatever at certain ages. I want them to feel heard. I want them to feel supported, and want them to feel like they're not being penned in. Like, oh, you're only 6, so you can only be things that a 6-year-old is. Like, no, you could be advanced in different ways, more mature in different ways. You can be a mix of different traits. And when somebody sees something exceptional in you, and instead of trying to push you back into the box that you are for your age, they say, oh, let's expand on that. Let's see that come to the front burner. You know, how passionate do you want to be about developing this part of you? I think that's where we flourish, right? I love that. I like your stance on maturity. If everyone just starts spamming blah, 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 I think you'll know. Oh, yeah. I'm happy for them to be problematic teenagers. Show me a non-problematic teenager. It's probably a problem with not causing problems as a teenager, right? If you're too well behaved, I feel like there's a developmental issue somewhere there. Because I know she'd rather them be locked down and under a fundamentalist control mindset. Gross. I don't like that for teenagers. Not healthy. For context, I've been divorced for 10 years. Oh, gotcha. Yeah. I agree. Well, the thing is, like, adulthood is a self-determination journey, right? And so in order to self-determine, you have to break away from external determination. And that happens in some small ways, bucking against systems. So do teenagers do like worse at school than they could? And college students sometimes do worse at school than they could? Or like, you know, you have bad days at work and stuff, maybe deprioritize that to go to a party and then you kind of regret it the next day. Like all that kind of stuff happens. Performance issues happen with systems, but systems are also kind of, there's some obligatory elements to them to some degree. But parents, you don't necessarily feel as obliged to be courteous and you know, permanently straight and narrow path with polite and connective the whole time through your teenage years. And I think those rough bumps and bucks along the way lead you to become that more autonomous, self-determined adult. They help you break the bonds of external determination. And if you don't go through that, some people don't. They say, oh, you know, my parents were always cool. We always had a good time. You know, when I was in high school and college, it's like, okay, well then when did you make your mistakes? When did you expand out? When did you say, here's my box of my life and I want to step over the boundary and see what's there, or make a mistake in that direction, or do something, you know, to grow and advance myself for me. Knowing you're going to make a mistake sometimes can be liberating and developmentally important. Yeah. What's up, Serenia? How's it going? The system I'm worried about here is religious fundamentalism, which generally turns people off from determining the self, right? Turn that part off and let us decide what you need to be. I want my kids to enter adulthood with a healthy view of the world. Yeah, 100%. I also feel like there's a lot of religious fundamentalism that focuses on telling you how to what to believe about other people and to create an us-them tribal mentality. And I'm not for tribal mindsets. Tribal mindsets tell you that when you meet somebody, you know something about them. I'd argue that there are some other belief systems that also invent tribalism to some degree. The push of, this was maybe only like 10 years ago now and not really so much today, but like the initial cultural revolutions that would eventually become healthy wokeism to me, I think initially started to do things like monolith people together. Like, oh, if you're from this cultural background, then you've had these experiences like everybody else who looks like you. It's like, what do you mean everybody else who looks like you? Why would you ever take two people together, combine them, and say you two have had comparable experiences to each other that we can lump together into a grander narrative? That's very othering and it's demeaning to people. I think we pulled away from that, but initially there's a little bit of that going on. I didn't at that age because of said organization. Oh, yeah. But I'm sure you had, because it sounds like you're speaking from an external point of view, you might have had that fallout at some point, but it might have been harder, rockier, rougher to do at an older age. Yeah. Tribalism of the Mormon faith was insane. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. But they need that. That is an enculturation where if those tools were not required to maintain that faith core, they wouldn't use them. And some faiths in the world don't use that. If you need to leave, if you have questions, if you want to expand out or adopt a blended concept of faith or one that just doesn't follow the path of everyone else, they don't care. They don't care. But in that particular faith, they need you to care. They need it. It's endemic to the way that they make their the socio-political system, right? Were your ears ringing? I'm totally talking about that. Yeah, I don't know how this happened, but we have a healthy sub-community here of people affected by LDS. I do not understand English very well, but I understand something bad about school. Not so much school. Everyone here is talking about religion. And not all religion is bad, but some can do some bad stuff. If you are, if English is a language that is either secondary or you're learning it, by the way, I do have a mod or a thing on my channel. Oh, not about that anymore? Oh, gotcha. I do have something on my channel. The closed caption button, the CC button, will pull up live closed captions of this show. It's something I set up for the stream. It'll show up on every streaming platform I'm on, I think. So as long as you see closed captions button, you can see my speaking and hear my speaking at the same time. For me, as a lifelong language learner, I'm on number 10 or I'm on number 11 right now. I really like audio and text together. It helps me learn. And so I think and so I have that set up for my streams. And I talk fast sometimes, so very helpful to see the text too. You have my respect. Religion is wonderful. Organized religion, on the other hand, is riddled with traps. True. Exactly. I understand what religion does for people. I know what it does in some cases better, I think, than the secular world still. Not necessarily forever, but it can be really helpful. Oh, whoops. I did something with my phone, which is plugged into my computer for charging. Stop the game music. And oh, why did I open this? Oh yeah, I remember. To mess with my thermostat because I'm getting warm. Why am I getting warm in here? So I think religion has some merit, but the way organized religion works, especially in the West, I think is very toxic. And I also feel it's unfortunate that many Westerners and Americans especially don't know other religions as well as like Abrahamic religions, or they might have a better notion of religion going right. But there's lots of wrong, especially about organized religion. I was raised by Mormons, definitely fits the bill for the discussion here. Yeah. Google Chrome has a feature I didn't know about, and it's a live transcription for any video. And along with that, you can use that along with translations. I've tried that, and I tried to implement a version of that into streaming before, and I ran into some trouble. It didn't work as well for me as the plugin that I use now. I used it once to watch a different language stream. Oh, nice. It worked pretty good, because I'm sure even if I didn't have a good experience with it before, that they're still working on it, could be leveling up and getting better. So I had to go to my youngest kid's baptism today. I have to have no say in them participating, and I really don't think they'll stick with it because they're too smart. I just want them to know I'm here, and I want to support their being greater than the box that place wants them pigeonholed into. Oh, and their mom pigeonholed into. Yeah. I think all it takes is a critical mind and somebody with a big heart, big empathy, and a little bit of analysis to realize where in some cases you get boxed into some very problematic ideology, some that directly contradicts the best parts about what the religion's supposed to teach. Those beatitudes, those lovely human to human great traits that they say you can get it through our religion. We've got those. It's like, oh yeah, I like to be good and I want to be gooder or better, and maybe you've got that. And then they go, okay, you just have to adopt these other things. And you're like, wait, what's that? What's in the fine print there? What do I have to say yes to? Oh yeah, that's where it's yikesy. Might be why it's in front of mind for me today. Yeah, totally. Oh, welcome back. Sorry about your internet. It worked decently, except he was talking way too much for it to keep up. And by the time it translated, stuff he said was way off screen. Oh, sounds like somebody who talks as fast as me. Sucks. But besides that, it was pretty convenient. Good. My kids have the internet in their bedrooms even. I didn't when I was their age. I did. And I saw a lot. Maybe not at that age. I grew up real poor, like super poor. So when other people had computers, I did not for a while. Information is a hell of a drug. Yes. Yeah. Keeping kids informed is the best medicine against, that kind of indoctrination. See you back on the other side from the Twitch ads. I don't know what happened. Just went out. Oh, crazy. Yeah. I had dial-up and I'd be on like 12 hours and my grandma could never make calls. Well, at least it was that she couldn't make calls as opposed to some people's guardians who would just pick up the phone anyway. Like, oh, sorry, I forgot you were doing the thing. Hey, yeah, I just need to make a call to see what that store hours at the Sears are, and then you can get back to your little game or whatever. Yeah. Did you ask anything about about the trip while I was out? Yeah, I wanted to know about, like you said, you got airtime. How did that go? Like, what'd you guys talk about? My folks went about a week before they got a second phone line. Oof. Yeah, because you were also probably one of many competitors for the one phone line that was using the internet, right? So across you and all your sibbies, it was probably, impossible to make phone calls. Kara, can you still hear me through ads? I forget if you're ad skipping or not. She did. She wasn't very good with tech, and she'd try to call even through the dial-up sound. Oh no, I have to DC from my game, so she make a call. Yeah, I lived that life for a while too. Yeah, I did basically. He let me, my friend, and brother scream and yell for a few seconds. Oh, okay. I mean, hey, that's cool. It doesn't have to be, groundbreaking. Just to know that you got on the air is pretty cool, pretty fun. Good stuff. All right. I don't want to advance the game while we're still on ad break. The symbol by your name. Oh, wait, which one? Let me mouse over them. Because I have... which is it? That's VIP. Oh, that's the turbo symbol. Gotcha. I think you're one of the only turbo users in my stream, so I'll just memorize that from now on. Okay, so now that I know that you're skipping, he's talking about some random thing he was adding each person in chat to, and he put my name in it, and I had no idea what it was for because he was acting super excited about it, but it didn't win the die roll, so I didn't have to worry about what it was. Oh, Fate of Atlantis stream. Oh, cool. Right on. This, yeah. And I do know that there are turbo people who watch because I see the turbo. I get turbo ad revenue when you watch, which is lovely. It means you get to directly contribute to my stream's revenue just by being here, just like you were watching on YouTube, which is awesome. He played Dream Suite in C major by Miracle Musical, and I was singing. Oh, nice. Complimented my voice. That's awesome. I'm gonna do a hot bath moment. Oh, that sounds really good. I've been thinking about cutting tonight's stream a little bit early, you guys, just because I'm not feeling it's this week and this last week have really put a toll on me. But I'm gonna try to hang. I'll hang as long as I feel comfortable hanging. I'm not gonna push it. But having a hot bath sounds really nice, to be honest. Your high notes are impressive. Oh, good stuff. If I'm spelling anything wrong, we don't judge against spelling here. Because you're typing in English, I don't judge anything that you type. Honestly, it doesn't matter what language you type in. Typing is its own skill. spelling is its own skill, and if you get ideas across, then you're doing the right thing. Now, if you're bad at getting ideas across, I might be a little bit more critical, but that's different. Yeah. All right. Okay. Who are you behind the tree? This guy looks pretty intimidating. Yeah, he looks very burly. Do you want to disturb him? Yes. Oh, God. Oh, God. I regret. I'm sorry, Mr. Moon. What's happening? Oh, he just left. Uh-oh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't do the. I got scared. It's worth it. Oh well. Ego hana shimasen. Wait, yes you do. Mr. What? I don't know. I got scared. It was like a really angry moon guy. Did you just call him a moon? I don't know. He looked like a moon to me. My mom is a believer. I treat it well until it comes to money. Oh, she paid quite a lot for prayers for my dad. Oh, yeah. No, I see that definitely. There's so much like church pressure, religious people's pressure to remove money from people, to get money through any means. And some of it is text-based and has been long-standing, you know, so it's just written in old rules, but some newer stuff too. I just feel like there's so many different ways that religion tries to get their hooks into you and either pull free work, free volunteering, free supplies, and money donations as much as possible. And it's one thing if you immediately see all of that get translated into benefit for people who need it. Helping out, you know, the downtrodden, the sick, the homeless, those who really need. It's another thing if you see like church personnel getting nice cars, living in big homes, and obviously like using the money to have a super cushy lifestyle. I'm not for that. What are my hobbies? Streaming. My one thing that I would love to do the most is make lots and lots and lots of content online. Right now, that is where I'm my happiest, is working on things to put online, either videos, short clips, doing live streams. This is where it's at for me, especially live chats and engagements like on live streams where we connect up and talk. I love it. This is my favorite hobby so far. Yeah. Tell us about the sky. Oh, is that like a quote from something? I don't recognize that. Nihongo wa I don't recognize. Why don't I recognize that character? God, it's been so long. Well, you know why? It's because I think it's traditional. And I've been reading Simplified for so long that, yeah. Oh, Mutsukashi. Right. No, I recognize that now. Mutsukashi desu. Marioka wa wakarimasen. Yeah, it is. I mean, so like a lot of people who find out that I currently am speaking Mandarin with the kids might have this concept of like, oh, Mandarin's like one of the hardest languages. You got all those tones and everything. But I also learned Japanese before I learned Mandarin. And Japanese is way harder. There's so many tenses. Mandarin has none. I mean, it has auxiliary words like English does. So like English has both. It has like past tense, but future, there's no real tense in English. So you just use auxiliary verbs. Like I swim, I swam for past tense. And then future, you'll have a change to the vowel sound, right? There is no future. So you have to say like, I will swim. Use the whatever. And in Mandarin, it's all auxiliary verbs to do tense. And in Japanese, it's like all tense changes and endings and that sort of stuff. And there's so many. There's agglutinal endings, right? You can add endings on top of other endings. Right? So it gets really in the weeds. Yeah. And I suck at writing it. I'm pretty good at my writing. My Japanese writing is pretty good. My Mandarin writing's slower and not that great, but I'm getting there. Crime. I'm bad with kanji, but I'm working on it. I can speak okay. I think it's better to know how to speak it than to know how to write it. Because we live in an era where, like, how often every week do you sit down with, like, pen or pencil and a piece of paper versus how much do you text on your phone? I text on my phone a ton, and even then, like, when I'm in spaces where I can do so, with the kids on summer break, this is harder for me to do. But instead of like typing it on a keyboard or swiping, if you're good at swiping, which I usually do, that's faster, way faster than typing the individual letters, you just dictate, right? And when you dictate, text-to-speech is pretty good now compared to a few years back. It was not as good, so you don't have to do as many fixes to what you've said. And so if your pronunciation is really great, if you're already good at speaking, boom, you got the textual part down if you're a big phone user like me. So, I think speaking is the better way to learn a language right now. I don't know if I could stay awake for the full stream tonight. That's okay. Like I said, I don't know if I can either. So if you have to pop out early, you might not actually miss out on a whole lot before we have to do this again next week. I really want to, but I'm getting tired. Either way, of course, there's always a VOD for you if need be. God told me to buy the jet. 100%. 100%. I can't abide by that mentality. If you really want to help other people, you would not live to that excess, right? I always said if I ever made it to big fame, I first started saying this when I was a professional musician in like the LA Orange County area. I was like, yo, if I ever became like a famous rock star, I would be the most boring rock star because I just want like a car that works, a nice house, not a mansion, just a nice house. And I would like to invest the rest of my money. So if I didn't make another big rock hit for the rest of my life, I could just retire on that money right then. Like just suddenly become viral and crazy famous. Cool. I just want to make it so I never have to work again for the rest of my life. Would I still? Probably, because I like to, right? I like writing and performing music. I like writing stories. I like doing content creation. There's so many things I actually want to do before I check out of this life. So many things I want to do and share with the world. And eventually I want to get paid enough that I can do all of that and cover the household expenses. But if one thing took off and I got tons of money, my ultimate goal would be remove the fear of paying the bills and the food and all that sort of stuff. Once all that is completely taken care of and I no longer need to work, I probably will still want to, but I want to not need to. And so I wouldn't buy all that shit. Are we talking about religion or something? Yeah, we were earlier about how it can really trap people and exploit them and force them into acting in a smaller way than who they actually are. Yes, I agree. I don't have the best experience with religious people. Most folks in my chat don't. I'm going to be honest with you. If you're highly religious and you're here, that's impressive to me. And I'd want to pick your brain as to how you are still here. If I could somehow make money through my artwork, I would be ecstatic. It could happen. It could happen. Also, yeah, it's from a Tally Hall song. Oh, gotcha. Nice. I did not know that. I'm currently in conjugation hell in Japanese class. Yeah. It takes practice. The lovely thing about, like, once you've gotten stuff in class and you start to learn so much, you start to forget things, right? But the lovely thing is there's a good chance that once you've got past and habitual past and present down, there isn't a whole lot of use for many of the other tenses, right? They do come up in casual conversation, but you can get around not knowing like every tense off the top of your head. And even if you say things poorly or you misconjugate, That's okay. Somebody, a polite listener, will reply with a correction, which we all do, even in native speak, right? You're all here, probably many of you English native speakers, and would say something wrong on occasion. And if you do, your friend or family member, whoever's listening to you talk, they go, oh, it's this, right? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yeah, that. So it happens all the time. It's no problem to not have all that stuff right. Janai, kunai, katta, datta. Yeah, it's a lot, but language is muscle memory too. How many times in your day do you really go through like all of your vocabulary to a random conversation, right? You find that, and I find, speaking a different language with my kids for their entire lives so far, that I have words in my head that I've learned that I have never spoken to them before in my life. I don't know that I ever will, right? Because they're not necessarily pertinent to children's experiences or what we've done with our family, and so those words don't come up. But I also have words in my vocabulary that a couple of our friends that we play Final Fantasy 14 with, they were excited when they first found out that I speak Mandarin, and they're like, oh, like, you can talk about, can you say something, and like, what words do you know, and that kind of thing. And it dawned on me that my vocabulary, because it's suited to raising children, knows so much more about like science and history and animals, zoology and biology and all that kind of stuff. And like, whoa, you know a whole bunch of words that we don't. For example, and I think this is the case for a lot of different countries and cultures, how many dinosaurs could you name when you were 5 or between 5 and 8 years old versus how many dinosaurs can you name today? Some of you, if you're like big Jurassic Park fans or something, might be able to, surprise us all at like, 30 years old, you're able to like mention, oh, here's the 50 dinosaurs that I know off the top of my head. Oh, well, good for you. But me raising my kids, I'm learning a whole bunch of Mandarin words for dinosaurs that I'm telling my friends who speak Mandarin. They're like, oh, I don't even know which dinosaur is that? Oh, well, crazy. How do you know all those words? You look them up in a dictionary, and if they come up in conversation, then they come up in conversation. It's just how it do. Yeah. Also, my mom is in contact with Matthew now. I keep calling him Mr. Altrida, and he told me to just call him by his first name. That's awesome. None of the Mr. and Sir. I think the people that used to do that, like, you refer to me by my last name. I'm Mr. Holme to you. You don't know me. You don't call me by my first. That's a dying cultural trend. I think we all like hearing our first names, and there are very few of us, unless we feel inferior inside, that need to hear a Mr. or Mrs. Like, oh yeah, give me that power that comes with age or that comes with marriage or whatever. I need that to feel more complete. That's what I feel like it is. It's kind of like a weird kink. Like, oh, you feel so pathetic, but as long as strangers call you like sir or ma'am or Mr. fill in your last names, like, oh yeah, you hear that? That's respect from a stranger. Oh, it makes me feel so whole again. I feel like it's a creepy ass fetish. Yeah, younger generations, I think we're gonna get rid of that kind of stuff. So that's cool. I have to go. I was happy to listen to. Good luck with your game. Thank you so much. Thanks for finding me. Hope you follow, sub, do all the things for your fellow content or your content creator that you enjoy. Thank you so much. I said fellow content creator. I don't know that you guys create content. Some of you, I do know that. He also said if he was if he has any like guests in studio from a band I've mentioned, he'd call my mom, let her know, and we could come in and say hello. That's amazing. That's amazing. You must have gotten a really good rapport in a very short time. That's absolutely really cool. What a great in you just got. My brother can name every dinosaur from Jurassic Park. And yeah, so like, ask your parents like how many dinosaurs they know. It's just, it's a thing. He knows a lot. Oh, that's my father's name. Please just call me. Right. That's like the now adults thing. You could find somebody with gray hair today, and they would probably more often say something like that. Right? Like Mr. Smith, I'm just Let's think of an old person's name. What's an old man's name? Damn, I can't think of an old man's name. What are old men called? Tobias. Mr. Smith, just call me Tobias. I guess you just could say Toby, right? But old people would probably not say Toby. That's a little too cool. I can't imagine like coming up to some gray hair. Yo, Toby, what's up? I'd probably say, hey, Tobias. Thanks for the chat, Damien. I'm going to go kill a Viking god with my girlfriend. That sounds amazing. Please have fun doing that. Usual relationship stuff. I mean, whatever builds the family. Teamwork makes the dreams works, or something like that. My partner doesn't like how dinosaurs they use in Jurassic Park aren't accurate to the real dinosaurs. Kind of ruined dinosaur media in general. Honestly, it's a little bit sad that the one like major franchise about dinosaurs gets so much about dinosaurs wrong, right? Like you're in a flagship position to be informative for people, to get them excited about real dinosauria and the whole, like, you know, help people understand how different ages worked out and like what their proclivities were. And nowadays, you know, we understand more about like feathers and everything. And now aves, the, you know, family, or not family, but like clade where birds come in, that's now been reclassified as part of Dinosauria as well. Just like all this kind of stuff is so cool for us to experience. And you could be more informational, Jurassic Park, but no, maybe not. Suppose not. I'm just gonna make it a popcorn muncher. Trying to stay on track. Gave me a bunch of info on that edu concert or edu concert that's coming up. Bill? Yeah, Bill's kind of an old man name for some reason. I feel like if you're young and you're named William, you have some choices to do with your name. Billy sounds like too like old kiddish, like a 1950s kid in a sitcom or something. But I feel like Will is kind of is a good like William. You guys good by Liam, but like the weird part about that is that that's also a different name, right? So I don't know. I feel weird about shortening a name to a different person's name that's not yours. John, that's an old name, or Paul. I know there's too many people that still name young people John and Paul. Like anything that comes from the Bible, there are easily like 50 different cultures out there that just keep reusing the same names over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. It's like, okay, maybe choose a different book to name your kids from. If it's any help, Michael Crichton in the books made it abundantly clear in discussions between characters there were no dinosaurs in Jurassic Park. They were all genetically engineered animals with spliced DNA all over the place. That sounds like a Deus Ex Machina, or what would you call it? A plot device, so that he could get away with saying what he wanted to about them. It was a huge plot point, especially behaviorally, but Crichton was a real nerd. That's true though too. Like now that you mention it, I do know that about Crichton a little bit. Like he writes very technical, high research sort of stuff. So for him to decide, I don't have dinosaurs, I have an entire class of creatures that is made up for this story. If anybody could get away with it and not sound like a hack, it would be Crichton. It's the Bobby to Bob pipeline. Right. Isn't that an XKCD? Beatles reference? Oh, gotcha. Oh, yeah. John's and Paul's. True. For the concert, Barakraka, Andrew Horowitz. Ah, gotcha. That's Edu. Casey Shea, Rob Cantor, and Ross Federman are going to be there. To be frank, between you and me, I don't know any of those names. It's like we listen to completely different music entirely. Although I'm curious. I'd be curious if I shared with you the type of music I'm into, if you would know anybody that I'm interested in. Just out of curiosity. My partner said I'm more okay with Jurassic Park than Jurassic World, and mentions raptors specifically as the big problem. I kind of feel like I'd want to rewatch that to sort of understand that claim. Because the raptors aren't really raptors. Gotcha. So yeah, they're kind of doing that. Like we're decoupling from what you know as dinosaurs. We are a genetic experiment movie, and that's how you should see us. Yeah. Sadly, Joe Holly and Zubin Sedgi can't make it. What do you listen to? I need to know. Oh, really? Wait, what happened, Stuart? Why weren't you able to chat before? Stream's going well? Yeah, I'd say so. I'm always a little bit apologetic for games like this where I really am invested in the story, but then the chat gets so damn good, and I really enjoy being with you guys and like chatting too. But you know, we'll get through the game. I will catch you up on some of my like favorite like today bands I listen to in just a sec. Let's read what Sinner said here. I thought you were going to bed, Sinner. I'm not trying to shoo you away or anything. Just saying. Oh no, you're not going to bed. You're killing a Viking god. Yeah. There's a whole scene in The Lost World, the book, where Ian Malcolm realizes that the raptors don't know how to raptor. Oh no. They don't act like the fossil record would suggest they should, and it was because the raptors had this multi-generational problem of their first parents not having real raptors as parents to teach them how to be raptors. So there's a behavioral element there that was learned and not innate, and there's no learning at the beginning to start that chain off, right? Interesting. I'm stuck in the combo too. Good. I feel good. That makes me feel better about how I run my streams when it's sticky to other people too. And it is. This chat is a sticky chat, which I love you guys for. I've said this so many times. This really is like one of the best communities. I've sat in on lots of other streamers, big streamers, small streamers, and no one has a community quite like this one. And so I hope to grow this into something that's sustainable for this household. As long as I can pay the bills here, I'll probably try to continue to grow past that, because I'd like to be able to pay other people and make it worth other people's while and give them a good job and a good pay. But if I can at least just cover the costs of this household, then I'd be happy, and I'd love to, you know, do this basically the rest of my working years if I can. Yeah. Do you like System of a Down? I like them okay. I wouldn't say they're like top 5 bands of mine right now, but I know all the words to almost every famous song by them, you know? So yeah, I like them. In the past 2 generations, my family's got 2 Matthews, a Daniel, Benjamin, James, Mark, Adam, and Noah. My brother added Jude to our newest chat. Yeah, definitely thematically right there in the rut with everybody else, right? And it'd be one thing if, like, you know, nobody else ever did this too, but I feel like the Bible is like the one source of 80% of the Western or Abrahamic religion countries' names somehow. Limp Bizkit, I do not like Limp Bizkit, but I haven't given their greater catalog a chance. Just listening to their famous songs, he sounds so angry's not the right word, because I love people who get angry. But have you ever listened to somebody who's angry but doesn't really have anything to be angry about? Like, you didn't face injustice in your world, and so if you write an angry song and you had stuff happen to you, there's a song about an orange man that's sung by the Dresden Dolls that chills me, and she gets angry and freaky in that song. And yeah, there's just some songs where anger, like, you feel it. And Limp Bizkit's anger sounds like he's a bored suburbanite that really wants something more out of his life. Like, he's just cosplaying as somebody way cooler than he actually is. And I don't buy the whole act. I don't buy into Limp Bizkit. But I haven't heard their whole catalog, so maybe I'd like them more if I heard more of them. You have quite the delightful collection of Britney Smurfs. We do. I love this. I really do love this. Maybe Disturbed. Disturbed is okay, but didn't the lead singer get like more problematic as he got older? Or like he probably always was and just didn't share it with the world so well. I also feel like Disturbed, like, they don't write different songs. They just have like one sort of song style. But again, I haven't heard the whole Disturbed catalog of music either, so maybe I'm selling them short too. But their music sounds kind of like we just picked up guitar and we just learned how to play and we can only play like one sort of thing. Linkin Park, I appreciate. I sort of like their trajectory. I haven't really heard post Chester anything, so I don't know how that goes, if there is post Chester Linkin Park actually. They're okay, but it's not really my vibe. It's kind of I feel like Linkin Park, I feel like a lot of the bands that you're mentioning are sort of like bands that you listen to because you're not that hard, but you want to sound harder. you want to feel like you're in sort of like a hard, like I'm tough, I'm like edgy and streets kind of space. But they don't like go all in. They're kind of like urban hard. I'm not sure if this fact has been covered, but we're still talking about the dino consistencies in the Jurassic Park movies / books. I love the explanation on why. Yes, we did explain the why. My parents were a fan of unique names. I like that. I appreciate that. Is that for where you grew up and the faith base that you grew up, is that uncommon for your parents to have done? Fred always sounds like that. Oh, okay, that's just Fred Durst being Fred Durst. Gotcha. So that explains why a lot of people don't like him. I never got into the lore. Wait, what lore? What bands do you like that's just new metal? Yeah, I feel like new metal in general goes half hard, or it goes like, I've always lived in Los Angeles and my mom drives a minivan level of hard. Really been into Vocaloid at the moment. I'm gonna take a quick note to myself. Let me just open up my Notion here. I'm gonna do a little we had a songs thing where I got a bunch of people's recommendations, and I'm just gonna, because anytime I hear a name that I don't recognize at all, I really want to like see if I'm going to like it or not. I'll give everything a chance, you know. I'll listen to like 1 or 2 songs and decide whether it's for me or not. It's just I can't handle super hard stuff. Gotcha. Vocaloid is, oh, it's a genre. Well, I'll still look it up. So right now, sort of where my mind space is in, I'll give you like generally like the 3 or 4 bands that I feel like I listen to the most right now, and that'll sort of give you like an overarching genre, and then you can sort of extrapolate from there. Bands of similar style or like vibe to those people. But I'd say like maybe top 4 or 5 right now would be Sleep Token, IMX, Ice Peak, The Birthday Massacre, am I missing anything? Maybe just 4. Yeah, and you could probably pull from there other similar bands or acts in those veins that I'm also appreciative of that are sort of in that space. Yeah. Vocaloid is AI voice program with characters that rep each voice, like Hatsune Miku. I don't know what that is. That recommend something? Of course. Yeah. Music taste is insane. At the time it became more and more popular as we grew, so I suppose we were ahead of the curve. Now instead of unique, they just do really fucked up spellings like Michaela for Michaela. Yeah, well, I mean, some of that's like cultural too. Like there are some places in the world where, you know, there's silent letters added or whatever to give the right pronunciation in different languages. What kind of is weird, a little bit weird to me, like obviously we don't all pick names from the cultural heritage that our ancestry came from. Many of us are such a blend of different cultures. How would you even choose, you know, what's authentically, you know, where your people came from to name your kid, something like that. But it always kind of weirds me out if you have like 0 Irish heritage, but you really want your kid to have like an Irish spelled name. It's like, or you could just use the more common spelling, and then your kid wouldn't have to spell their name out to everybody all the time, because everyone's going to get their spelling wrong. But if you're Irish, then spelling your name like the Irish way is sort of more of a honorific thing to do. But it always feels weird. Like, oh, well, yeah, my family is like, you know, we have a German crest of honor. We're so German. And then you have like a really Irish kid's name. Like, oh, okay, that's kind of weird, right? Feels like fetishization at that point. Never heard of them? You never heard of any of them? So I mentioned Ice Peak, Sleep Token, IMX, and The Birthday Massacre. Not really AI, at least in the way AI is today. Well, now I'm curious to understand the genre a little bit better. Corruptional says, I often listen to jazz. That's cool. I love jazz. I used to go to a jazz cafe in my late high school and early college years. I didn't really drink coffee, but I'd get like a steamer, which is just like flavored syrup and steamed milk, and just listen to jazz. I especially really love jazz trios. Yeah, good stuff. Indie. Oh, shoot. Back scrolling. Indie electronic music. I don't really buy into that as easily as you do. Extreme metal. I do like some extreme metal. You guys all know about Necrogasm. I got a friend. He pops into this stream every once in a while. He also used to live stream more. I don't think he does it as much as he used to. His Twitch name is It's with a Z. It's Lord Yeti. And Yeti is in a band called Necrogasm that I think is really good. It's not... I wouldn't use the word extreme metal. I don't know exactly what you mean by extreme. But they're a metal band that is black metal influenced. They kind of look like they might be black metal, but when you listen, it's not really black. You know, it's more like mainstream metal. And bossa nova. Oh, nice. I don't know many people who listen to bossa nova. I know dancers actually listen to bossa nova, but not just to listen to. Yeah. Aren't the voices 100% generated? For my recommendation, please try and listen to Hymn for a Scarecrow by Tally Hall. I will put it on my list of things to listen to. Thanks. Oops. Click on that. Give it a shot. You never listened to... Oh, you know who Sleep Token is, but you never listened to them? I can't say I know, like, anyone who you listen to for me to be able to say, oh, yeah, it's kind of like this band that you listen to, because I don't know who you listen to. But they're an experience. I wouldn't say Sleep Token's for everybody, but there's definitely someone that Oz and I like. And we don't like everything that they do, but there's some songs that go much harder. Like, when he gets into scream tone, I like it more. Some of his songs are a little soft and they feel a little less like they're going somewhere. Like, he kind of meanders and doesn't do much vamping. I don't like songs that vamp too much, but I don't like songs that meander so you don't feel like there's a hook. I like a strong hook, and I don't like a lot of repetition. So electronica, often too repetitive. But like bands that... Like, I feel like the Fall Out Boy to Salison sort of arc was too meandery all the time. Like, they didn't hook in enough, especially in the verses. Like, the vocals would meander too much. Yeah. Not 100%, but the technology was made in the 2000s before AI was the way we know it today. Interesting. That's what I mean by indie electronic. It includes indie video game OST. I don't listen to OSTs almost at all. Two bands I can recommend. I think majority, the reason why I don't is because I really, really like lyrics and poetry. I'm also a poet to some degree. And so I love listening to a really good lyric writer. And so I'm not that much for listening to instrumental stuff. If that makes sense. It doesn't light me up the way lyrical work does, and good lyrical work. Two bands I can recommend are Ne Obliviscaris and Demetori. I'll check those out. Let me just do a little copy paste. I know every time I do this, the music stops. I'm sorry. But I got to do managing of multiple windows and every time that Amori just turns the music off for us. Neo Obliviscaris got me into metal, and Demetori makes great instrumental metal. Okay. Might not be as interested in the latter, but cool. Just looked up. The voices are synthesis from voice banks of recorded human vocals to generate singing voices. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Good stuff. Joe Hawley is a lyrical master. Interesting. Look at all these horsey game players. I used to play that too with everybody. It's just such a demand on my time. Playing those horse games. I'm talking specifically about Red Dead Redemption 2 as a role-playing game on the role-playing servers. Mrs. Ducky. Oh, they're not bunnies. They're ducks. You see that? You can see their heads in different ways. Watch, the other one is like Mrs. Bunny. And they're like messing with you. I bet you they did that on purpose.
Junior just doesn't know how to stay put. All he wants to do is go outside.
Is this Junior? Oh no, it's Mr. Ducky. Okay, they are just ducks. They super look like bunnies though too. Sorry to bother you, but have you seen my son anywhere? We looked away for less than a second and he's gone and ran off again. Could you keep an eye out for me? You'll know when you see him. Yeah, it looks like you guys, right? He looks just like me. Haha. Oh, that's so weird. When I predict the text, it freaks me out. All right, I got a little side quest there. Oh, the ... made me think he was going to say something new. He says the exact same thing as what I just talked to him about. An extra wide bed, perfect for a family of 3. I mean, this is why we've been sleeping for a while. The tiny is completely fine sleeping in her bed all night, but the little is like, it's so comfy wedged right between you two. I guess it's okay for now. He's written many dark songs that seem innocent, like Hymn for a Scarecrow, Rotary Park, Hidden in the Sand, Banana Man. I do like songs that are of the innocent sounding variety, and then you catch on to what the lyrics actually are. One of my favorite, like, that everybody seems to know, but there's a percentage of people that just like never really listens to the lyrics is Third Eye Blind's Semi-Charmed Life. You hear people singing along to it, it's like, you probably don't know that this was about crystal meth, do you? All sites are just getting through this little town here because a lot of stuff after this in the area you can play while discussing stuff. Oh, okay, cool. Well, we'll see if chat agrees. As far as bands, I'm a big fan of Mr. Universe, but he hasn't made a new album since he had a kid. I'll put it down. Mr. Universe. I will look up all these folks at some point. Banana Man sounds so upbeat and happy, but it's really kind of dark. Nice. I appreciate dark. A happy family. And your TV. Oh, that's beautiful. Your TV is doing great. There's a bookcase filled with DVDs. This family records everything on the DVD. Oh. Wait, this came out in 2020? Were people using DVDs in 2020 to record on? That seems weird, right? That seems weird. Why do they have DVDs? Well, I guess you did say this game was made or started in development much earlier. An ordinary houseplant, nothing special about it. Oh, just like mine. Like the real me back on whatever other part of the world that I live in. All right, let's come up and talk to you. His kid's name is Steven. I think you've heard all of his songs already. Mr. Universe? The name doesn't sound familiar to me. Rotary Park is probably his darkest song. Cool. I bored D with my own music from time to time, but I don't think I've done an artist. You're not barring me with your music. It's not the stuff that I've been listening to lately, but it's definitely not boring. There's that mashup I sent you. Yeah. I believe this game takes place around 2000. Oh, gotcha. It's set in the past. Interesting. Not sure. Just let me know if you want an analysis on the song. Maybe after I listen to it. Not sure if you're counter trolling me or just haven't put 2 and 2 together yet. Mr. Universe. Are you talking about, from like Steven Universe? You're dumb. I think you are trolling me. Yeah. I mean, when we're not talking about that in any way, shape, or form, I'm not going to catch the reference.
Ah, crap. I forgot my camera at home. What's a good camping trip if I can't take any pictures?
Sure, I guess. I don't take pictures when I go camping. Hello? Oh, this is a building. I was like, hello, Mr. Dragon? Oh, and then I saw, like, first of all, weird jet wings. Second of all, door. So I guess we're going inside. Oh, hello. Centaur boy with emo hair.
I'm small. The world's smallest centaur. Look at all of my awards.
You got a lot of... Are they for smallest centaur? Littlest centaur, first place. A bed. It smells like a farm. Yikes. Most horse, second place. Tiniest centaur, first place. Miniest centaur, first place. Pardon me. Oh, your TV does that thing too, huh? Smallest centaur, first place. A bookcase. It's a little dusty. Just like mine. Wait, what's going on? Achoo. Okay. Oh, dust buddy fight. Kill the dust buddy. Dust buddy can't hold himself, it explodes. Oh God. That hurt a lot. Thanks, you jerk. Well, I guess I got experience and rubber band and leveled and learned bread slice and all these levels. Thanks, Dust Bunny. Sort of. You also hurt really bad. Also, real quick, how do you say this band's name? Oblivious Scar's lyrics are 2 steps away from being straight up poetry. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I'm big on poetical folks. So, like for a great example, so I really do also like, these are older bands, so this isn't like, I was just sharing some stuff that I like that's more like recent, but I'm a really big fan of Dresden Dolls. I'm a real big fan of Emily Autumn. Just as far as like lyrical content, I really like Childish Gambino's lyrical writing as well, and Tyler the Creator. Yeah, I know those are like 4 very different acts that don't have a lot of common ground with each other, but like all very interesting. Yeah. Okay, what are we doing next? Oh, right. Littlest Centaur, first place. Littlest Centaur, first place. Okay. Ittiest, bittiest Centaur, first place. Well, hey, that's great. Tyler mentioned. Oh, we both know Tyler the Creator. There we go. See, we're not so different, you and me. I'm just kidding. What's out this way? Seems like not the rest of town. Let's keep going back to the rest of town. Earthbound fan.
This place used to be a pristine wildlife preserve, but due to a recent boom in tourism, it's starting to accumulate a lot of trash. Pick up your trash, people. It's not that hard.
Thanks, little robot looking thing. This is a doll's head as a house. That's a little creepy. Hello, little doll girl with 3 pictures of you maybe on the wall.
Hi, I'm Pessy, and as you probably noticed, I love Sweetheart.
Oh, who's Sweetheart? The doll that you're living inside of?
I got every piece of merchandise she's ever released. I got Sweetheart posters, figures, stickers, shirts, her entire discography, and anything else you could think of. I am certain you won't find a more thorough collection anywhere else in the world. Calling me a super fan is an understatement. I am the ultimate fan. Let me tell you about the time I almost met
Oh my god. Hi.
We just happened to be eating at the same restaurant. It was fate, I think. We ordered the same meal, too. Not like I totally saw what she ordered and copied her or anything. I haven't tried to pay for her meal, but I just bought newly released Sweetheart life-size statue the day earlier and couldn't afford to, which I guess ended up being a good thing since that girl turned out to be some regular girl wearing a costume that kind of looked like Sweetheart's anyway. Not like I couldn't tell in the first place. Only a poser fan would ever mistake a regular person for Sweetheart.
Damn, that was a lot. Wow. Okay. Rotary Park features Zubin Sedgi, so that's cool. Good, cool. She knows me. Sweetheart, she's my favorite. A statue made in the likeness of an obnoxious-looking person. Wow. Omori certainly doesn't like Sweetheart. Why are you such a Sweetheart hater, Omori? Surprisingly normal bed. That does seem kind of weird, right? A very obnoxious-sounding song is playing from this boombox. Is that the song we're listening to right now? It sounds kind of circus core. A bookcase full of books about an obnoxious-looking person. Wow. Okay. An ordinary houseplant. Nothing special about it. What about your desk over here or your table over here? What's got a table full of merchandise of an obnoxious-looking person? Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Bye. Enjoy your very passionate life about one subject. What is this building? You got can. What? It's not a snack. It's a toy. Recyclable material. Give to recycle machine for 5 clams. Oh, nice. I guess that's all it do is just give you money. You'll hate Sweetheart, though? Oh, says you. You don't know. Me and Sweetheart go way back. I got a Sweetheart tattoo that I can't show on stream, but yeah. I like Sweetheart. She's neat. Is this a robot too? Kind of looks like one. That recycling machine just gave me a cool prize for recycling some cans. Recycling does pay off. Yeah. I will do the same thing too because I just found a sweet can myself. A recycling machine. What would you like to recycle? 1 can, please. You put a can into the recycling machine. Oh, nice. This sounds very Mario Paint. Right? This sounds like the bug slapping game. That was a great song. What a slap. The recycling machine dispensed 5 clams. Thanks for doing your part in keeping the environment clean. Oh, it's teaching anybody who plays this game to do more recycling. It's such a wholesome game. Right? The recycle boogie. I respect that. Good job. Good job, maker of this game, whoever you are. What's this little thing? Laramie.
A band of space pirates has been camping out here for a long time now. I hear that the captain suddenly decided he wasn't going to travel anymore, so half of the crew took his ship and left.
Oh, bye, Captain. Are you the captain of the space pirates? Are you going to take Kel with you and recruit my dude to be one of your space pirates? This game has so many things that do not need to be there, but they're amazing, right? Like, why did we need that? But I felt like we needed that. I hate the creator. Omocat sucks. I hate her. That's the creator of this game. Why did they suck?
Ho, children. You're now entering the vicinity of the captain of the space pirates, the master of the solar system, the prince of the universe, the one and only Captain Space you're entering the house of Space Boyfriend.
Well, the captain of the space pirates lives here.
That's awesome!
I want to be a space pirate too.
Yeah, well, so did I. Once. Space Boyfriend doesn't do much these days, so most of the space pirates got fed up and left with the main ship. It's just us stragglers here doing all of Space Boyfriend's chores and whatever. Yesterday, me and the guys spent the day cleaning and throwing away all of his trash. I didn't leave my old job for this. I ain't no babysitter.
Oh, how young is Space Boyfriend?
Oh, I'm sorry. That sounds awful. Maybe we can talk some sense into him?
I wouldn't do that if I were you. Captain Space Boyfriend's got 2 sides to him, you see.
We should at least try. You never know. He might know something about how to find Basil.
Or maybe he knows where to find my pet rock Hector.
Oh yeah, we still have that quest.
Yeah, sure, that too. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go see him already.
Sorry about your job, sir. It'll get better soon, I promise.
Thank you, little lady. I sure hope so.
Oh, goodbye. It's nice chatting with you. I love this moon cottage up here. She did a lot of things toward children that she probably shouldn't have done. Really? Can anybody corroborate the stuff about Omocat? Is that the name of the creator of Omocat? Joe Hawley type stuff, Drake's type stuff, BTT's type stuff. I think it's clear. Oh, there's so many other space pirates. Was there some drama in the past, but I've not heard of any actual things directly done to children? You don't want to get canceled? You're fine. Some things are better talked about, like skirting around the direct words. Or if you don't, then I will on your behalf. So, I don't say the words and get myself, in trouble on stream.
Buddy, it sucks you had to come at a time like this.
What? At a time like what?
Space boyfriend. What can we do for you, bro? Why won't you leave your bed?
Oh, these guys. He must be in such a... That guy's just snoring. Must be in a funk, I guess.
All I hear lately are the rest of the crew complaining about being bored. Am I the only one who kind of enjoys cleaning around here?
Probably. I kind of enjoy cleaning, to be honest. The only thing I don't enjoy is not having the time to, which is me right now. Unless I clean on stream. If I live stream and clean at the same time, would you guys hate me? Cardboard boxes are littered around the house. It all happened on the internet, but so it was pretty bad. I mean, internet stuff can still be illegal and bad. Yeah. I was just possibly into virtual children a bit more than she should have been based on messages 9 years ago, but that's it. Okay. So was there ever any legal action taken? Yeah.
Things are a little tough now, but I don't care what anyone says, pal. I believe in the captain.
Okay, if you say so. If you say so. There's the captain. Just lying in bed like a sad sack. Oh, got a little synthesizer here. Can we mess with this?
Yes, yes.
Beautiful. Love it. Also, disconnect from the server again. What is this thing that's disconnecting? Can't show you guys on screen, but I have 3 things failing me every stream now for like the last 2 weeks. It's driving me nuts. If YouTube's still here, if Twitch is still here, I suppose that's all really, really matters. But I hate seeing that something failed to connect. It's right around the 3-hour mark. It is right at the 3-hour mark, actually. Kick won't stream anymore. That might just be the 2K thing. I think Wednesday I'll try to disabling 2K and see how it do. Instagram won't stream past an hour anymore. I don't know how to fix that one except write them a whole bunch of help. Help me support tickets or whatever. I was happy about Tally Hall like I always do. Should probably shut up about them. It's it's how you're known in this community though. But if you ever did want to talk about something else, I don't think anybody's going to be mad. I do not think it involved any real people, but I didn't see everything, and the exposal stuff happened a year ago. Oh, that's interesting. So it's very post-mortem. Like 9 years ago stuff that only came out a year ago, that kind of thing. So take my opinion with a grain of salt. I mean, if it didn't break any laws, but it's still kind of creepy, it's hard to navigate that kind of land. I heard this take. I'm gonna tell you the take. It's not my take. So let me preface, and then I will post, or I'll say this before and after, in other words, so nobody can like clip monkey me or pop into stream and thinking I'm saying that these are my words. There's an ex-adult star who now does like thought-provoking content stuff, or at least she did recently. What was her name? Gosh, now if I can't cite the person, that's gonna feel really weird. Ali, not Alley Cat. Seems dumb. I forget. Started with an A. I think it had some L's in it. Anyway, somebody who was posing the question of, when you have people with certain types of sicknesses, with certain types of interests in things that we've deemed as a culture and legally as you can't have these interests, but they have them anyway. One, we don't really have a good system to like maybe convert them out of it. So if you really know that the stuff you're into is illegal, bad, frowned upon by anybody who would find it, to get secretive, you hide it, you hope the feds don't ever like, or the IRS doesn't like audit your hard drives or whatever, that sort of thing. That we don't, one, know how to like help people out of that. We don't have like a conditioning therapy or something to like fix it in people. But then two, we also son of a bitch, what a time for ads. Well, I might pause just so that people in the cheap seats can hear the rest of my point. What I'll do is I'll try to figure out who the heck that person's name is. Aaliyah? Is that right? I can't, no, I don't think, no, I don't think that's right. God, what was... no. Obviously, you know, I'm so well caught up on all of my ex porn stars. I have no idea what their name is. Whatever, probably doesn't matter. To the part of the story. Yeah, just I try to take everybody's ideas at the ideas face value. So honestly, like knowing, I was just trying to like cite my sources, but knowing who somebody's name is, what they did as a profession, what they do as a profession now, that kind of stuff doesn't matter so much as the idea. Honestly, and I've mentioned this is why I have certain rules in my community. Like, we don't necessarily know or need to know what you do for a living, what kind of educational background you've had. I actually have a rule not to mention ages to prevent ageism, because all the TOS, that all talks about immutable characteristics, but they never mention age as one of them. So already protected by like Twitch and YouTube. You can't talk about somebody's skin color. I would never want that in my community, that would ever lead somebody to think, well, you think that way because you're like this, or you can't imagine or can't come to these conclusions because you're not like this, or whatever. Your orientation, of course, is protected. Your sense of self and genders is protected. And I also, on top of those innate protections from the platform, also protect against age, because I want young people and old people to not feel biased against each other or against themselves or against anyone for a great idea. A great idea should just be a great idea. Or a bad idea should at least be questioned or posed or like talked about, or at least understood like where people's motivation comes from to have those ideas. Anyway, so this person's idea was, because we don't really know what to do with these people when they start to have these dark interests, or I shouldn't even say dark because that puts a value on them, but interests that we've decided could be harmful to innocents, negative to society. We frown upon them, or we don't like how they manifest, or what they could possibly turn into. If they did manifest as crime, then we treat them very harshly and put them on sex offenders lists and all this sort of thing. So it's really important that we understand the people and what to do. We don't have any prevention methods. We don't have any conversion methods, really. And so this person posed, what if we created just like terabytes upon terabytes upon terabytes, or petabytes, or however, just a world repository of just all the AI that covers all of the possible human kinks, including the ones that we would consider illegal to create today or illegal to make in real life, but we don't necessarily have a specific law that says it's also illegal to create an AI, not in every country and culture right now. And we just said, if you break the law for real, you're probably, we'll hit you with the maximum penalties. But here's a bunch of fake stuff that hopefully just puts you into that brain space. If you're a really violent person and we give you first-person shooter games for the rest of your life, and you never pick up a real gun, and you never do a real violence because the game did it for you, then we've satisfied and lowered the crime incidence rates by placating those brains. Could we do the same thing with AI-generated pornography and place people who are at highest risk to harm our innocent people in our world, take them off the streets, and they just go into a bunch of stuff that never existed in the first place? And then we close the law up and we say anything future, because we don't like a world necessarily that generates that kind of AI content. So we cut it off after we've made this like repository. I say, if you are born with this sort of issue with your sexual proclivities, you get access to this old repository we made once, and then after that we've closed off the laws, and new AI cannot continue to make this kind of stuff because it does create problems. It's problematic. Hello, Holly. Oh, thanks for letting me know where you came in from. And also, hello, kids. Good to see you. And I wonder, I feel like her idea, and again, I can't remember the name of the person that posed this idea, but I can't help but think that there are issues that she didn't think of to deal with that. But I also get that she's talking about something that a lot of people just don't. I especially hear a lot of folks in more like debatey and political circles that I talk to, like they immediately just want to like lock those people up, like maximum sentence, maximum everything, do everything that the law could possibly do, and let's just like contain and isolate and what's the word I'm looking for? Like completely detooth those people 100%, remove them from society, put them in prisons or penalties or whatever, like do everything you can to keep our people safe. It's like, you're not solving for it, because these people keep coming. Like every generation, more of them, not more of them, but like additional people are added to our population that have weird sexual proclivities, ones that could be illegal. And if we're not solving for it, how do we solve for it? Is really like maximum legal punishment the answer for all of them every single time? I think I appreciate her question there. Yeah. Anyway, what are your thoughts? What do you guys think based on that? Let me back up because there's a lot of back chat now all of a sudden. Shoot. How far back do we go? Oh man, how far back was chat? The song featured one of the other members of Telly Hall. Okay, cool. Apparently in about 2012, Omocat released a shirt that said Shota, which is a male lolly, made some concerning tweets. A number of years later, for those of you that don't know Omocat, if you're coming into the stream like right now and you're kind of like, what the heck is going on? We were talking about the creator of this game apparently had some allegations about their notion of sexuality and like what she thinks is okay to talk about. And yeah, so we're just trying to like investigate and talk about that a little bit, like what's going on with the creator of this game. Made a shirt that said Shota and made some concerning tweets. A number of years later, she apologized for the shirt and said those tweets were ironic shitposts. That's always kind of a scary thing to hide behind, because it sounds like one of those, like, if I put something out online and you all like super disagree with it, I can always later on go like, haha, you guys didn't get the joke. I was joking, you guys. Like, do you want me to put a sarcasm tag every time I say something like that? But if you all agreed with me, then maybe it wasn't a joke, right? It's like, you know, when you ask somebody out and you're like, so do you like me? Would you want to maybe go like catch a movie? And they're like, oh, I don't really like you like that. Like, I'm kidding. I mean, like in a friend way. Obviously, I would never ask you, somebody like you out. You know, you like flip the script afterwards. It always kind of looks bad. Yeah. Except me, the fact that I'm beyond ancient is bandied about on occasion. True. There was a reason they wrote it together. I would go into it, but you said you'd ask for the analysis after you listened to the song. Yes, please. Yeah. Usually by me. Yeah, I know you're the one that does the bandying. If you ever change your mind, just let me know. I've watched countless videos on it, so I know quite a bit on the situation/song. Change my mind? Oh, about the analysis? I mean, I'd rather hear the song first before I know what the analysis is on it. Just so I know what you're talking about, materialistically. The problem with that is that giving it an okay pass within certain confines. It is giving it an okay pass within certain confines. I mean, we okay illegal behavior, right? Like there are games where you like shoot things dead that we wouldn't allow. Like you know, it's because like GTA, right? That's a fantasy game where you go and sometimes you're committing crimes, but they're crimes, and nobody would say, well, those games like promote like drug use and criminal activity per se. Or I mean, maybe some people would. Maybe some people would say you play those games, you're prone to do that in real life. But I think the ESRB that was created by people who believed that like movies and video games were legitimately like changing people's behaviors, right? That we were getting programmed by the stuff that we would consume. And then we found later on that was not the case. We still kept the ESRB around. I think it's not really a terrible idea to have. But I also feel like we've learned since then the COG side doesn't really work that way. That having stuff to consume in a fantasy environment does not make you more prone to necessarily do things in real life. Am I wrong about that? Any validation can be what they need to go ahead a step further. Does watching porn make you not want to have sex? I don't know. I don't know that makes people want to have sex per se. Like some people would rather just like have private time by themselves and then just be done with it, you know, reset the clock for a bit. So I don't know that necessarily promotes. I don't necessarily think watching porn promotes sex or sexual intercourse, right? How's this really affects for those individuals because they're still going to want to do it, or they go in and have post-nut clarity on it afterwards and they just don't feel like it anymore, or they don't feel like it until they get backed up again, and then they go into it some more. Right? Maybe. People with those interests, of course, need help, therapy, whatever it is. Do we have that stuff for people with those types of interests? It's still of their responsibility to stop interacting with those things. But how, right? If you have deep-seated interest in you, if you have this like itch to want to be engaged with something, can you just stop because there's laws about it? Or do those laws push people into hiding, right? Not to say remove the laws, just saying I'm wondering what we're doing, if what we're doing is working best. I mean, I'm a father of 2 daughters. I want, and 2 young daughters. I want problems like this to not be a problem. So I would love to see the best fix happen ASAP. And I don't know that we're doing the best fix right now. I think therapy might be a better choice, and those AI posts are made from real images. I mean, yeah, right. So when we do AI created content, it has to come from somewhere. and we have repositories of things that were made, you know, in the world that inspired the AI. That's why I'm saying we should make something where we cut off all AI generated things that are illegal and are founded off of illegal material. We should make legislation that cuts that stuff off. But if we had a repository for that stuff for sick people to engage in, what would that do for those people? And, you know, is that a healthy response? Again, this is not my idea. I didn't think this up. Is this one ex-adult star whose name keeps eluding me? But maybe it starts with an A. Aliyah. I'm probably getting an Ayala. Wait, hang on. Is that it? A-E, like paella, but without the... Yeah, I think that is who it is. Ayala. A-E-L-L-A. I think this is her idea. I was going to try to like pull her picture up, but whatever. It doesn't matter who it is. Just know it's not my idea. So I'm not trying to defend anybody's ideas here. Just telling you what it was. A warning that the situation meaning of the song gets pretty dark and sad. I'm good with dark and sad. I really like sad things. I like very sad things. So if you're like not comfortable with that stuff, I like tearjerker stuff. I want to be like bawling at really, really sad things. I'm sad boy at heart. I'm more of a rehabilitation kind of person. Do we have rehabilitation methods for this? Homo cat's a woman. Okay. I mean, I'm saying they, but you know, just trying to be not knowing. We aren't specifically giving games with murder to known murderers. Yeah, but I mean, that same question could be raised. So, like, I think Ayala's point could also be taken into other places. You know, do you like getting high, but that's really not good for you? Would we have like virtual reality sort of experiences that feel like that or like simulate some part of that so you never have to do drugs again? If you're a serial killer and the only thing that, you know, makes you feel whole and complete in your life is the rush of, you know, taking somebody out, would we have like serial killer simulation games to give to those people? It does broaden out to a greater question. So you saying we don't have those things, I would say if her point stands and it really does work for the human psyche, we would probably expand that out and try to use it everywhere to see if it works to solve all of the problems that we have where people develop these issues. I may not be the best person to be objective about this. I was essayed several times by a grown male babysitter when I was 3. My whole life has been altered. I'm sorry to hear. That's, you know, every person's nightmare, every parent's nightmare. I would hope every healthy society's nightmare. And I would personally want any tool. I'm not defending Ayala's point here. So, you know, if her point's dumb, then her point's dumb. But I would want literally any tool to prevent that from ever happening ever to anyone again for all of human cultures for the rest of time. I would never want that. So I would explore anything that could remove that actual experience from, ever being another occurrence in the history of all human, or in the future of all humankind. It's not like law is going to stop Rule 34. Right. But I mean, Rule 34 doesn't usually break laws. I think they still have, like, the Rule 34 website probably has its own TOS, right? You can't just post illegal stuff up there, right? You don't give kleptomaniacs a pretend store to steal from. I mean, you could expand out to that idea too, right? If ideation and execution of things is what ultimately scratches somebody's itch, but you could give them a placebo that manages to replicate the experience in a legal fashion, and it detooths them, or not detooths, it replaces the need. And so, like, if Kit says, if it makes them want the real thing, as the next step, we can't do it. But if it replaces the want for the real thing, and they don't want or they don't care about the real thing anymore because they've got something that works or is easy enough, or, you know, is missing all of the bad legal ramifications that we placed in the way of those people, then getting it good enough where it acts as a replacement, maybe that's the thing that we need if we can't therapy people out of this stuff. You offer help and resources, but that goes into making our shitty healthcare be better. And that maybe that's my or maybe that's Ayala's what's the word I'm looking for? Like lack of knowledge, agnosticism on the matter. Do you know or can you speak to, are we at a place with therapy, with cognitive behavior therapy and other methods that we've developed? Do the systems that we have in place to help people correcting their behavior, do those things work on what we would call like sexual deviancies, right? Does this stuff work? Could you put somebody through the same kind of decommissioning off of like smoking cigarettes or changing dietary behaviors and that sort of thing? Like if you're anorexic or whatever, can we use what we've learned from helping people with those problems? Do those work in sexual proclivities as well? Like if somebody tried to, and this gets scary too, because this also opens the door to what people would consider conversion therapy, right? Because if we can open the door to saying, if you like people that are protected class, protected age, or whatever in a sexual way, and we can change that part of who you are, somebody out there is also going to say, well, if you can change that in people who are breaking the law, you can change that in people who are going against the Bible. And you like somebody that looks, you know, you're same sex, and we can change you too, because you're one of them deviants just as much as the guy, you know, whatever. You know what I mean? It sounds like it could be a way to open the door to conversion therapy all over again. My nerd needs to say this. Nerd, it's so sad how people act. Yeah, I agree. According to him, he wasn't sick. It was all just a misunderstanding. The person in your life, the babysitter, after jail. Wait, 2 years of jail? 2 years? He maintained he was fine and nothing happened. That doesn't seem right. That doesn't seem right at all. How are our laws not better than that? There's no replacement you can offer for people who want to take advantage of people. Life is their game. Isn't there, though? Shouldn't there be? I feel like there are some people that do fine with certain... You give them a certain type of addiction. Now, I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but there are people who will do like finances in a video game or grind at a job in a game with their communities and stuff online. And you basically take them out of the system. That time that they could have spent working on a side hustle or developing a business or inventing something new or doing something great for their community, they're spending in like a big game company's game. I'm guilty of this. You know, years and years and years of my life were just deleted from me, and I granted those to MMO makers and gave them my money, my time, my resources that would otherwise have been used in the real life. Now, I'm not somebody who is interested in exploiting things in the real life. I am very easily caught by the virtual world. But then that makes me wonder, maybe there are multiple classes. So for you to claim that everybody who's sick in a certain way has to get that in real life and could not be enticed by the virtual, maybe is too reductionist. And It could also be that we're all talking from a space of like none of us are particularly, expert on this. I didn't plan for this to become a topic of conversation. So I don't have any personal background or research in this. Like, what do we know about, does cognitive behavior therapy help change the sort of stuff? Do these people always inevitably do something in real life? Are there ways to stop them? Are there ways to fix them? Are there ways to prevent them? That, I mean, ultimately, wouldn't we be the best society if instead of fixing people after they commit a crime like this, we fix them well before, and we never let this happen? But then how do you do that, right? Yeah. But if you guys know something, or you're doing armchair research right now, I'd love to learn, because even though I don't have any of this research under belt, I'd be curious to just understand it. And also, I'd be curious to understand how you only serve 2 years for something like that. According to counseling.org, current research indicates that most evidence-based therapy for sex offenders with the best outcomes is CBT. Oh, cool. I just threw that out there. I wasn't sure if it was going to be a thing, but that's good to know. It's also revealed that Joe was SA'd for years until he was 32. Jeez. Absolutely insane. The fact that this happens, the fact that this is so rampant, this hurts my heart. And to say, like, my initial knee-jerk instinct is, round them all up and like wipe their brains or something. Kill off the like sexual urge part of the brain and just like remove that part of their ability to interact with the rest of the world for forever. They can't, if you make a crime out of sex, you should never have sexual thoughts or sexual ability ever again for the rest of it. You just remove it. Like the old school Hammurabi's code, you steal with your hand, they cut off your hand, right? That sort of thing. Obviously, that's just like my first blush. I'm impassioned, I'm mad about it, and that's what I would want to see happen. But it doesn't solve for anything, because we as a species continue to see this happen in a percentage of our population. And so until we find a solve for this, anything that's punitive to me also feels Sisyphean. Somebody else will come and do this to somebody else again in the future. And it hurts to think about that sort of inevitability. You know what I mean? Take that with a grain of salt, though. Oh, the CBT thing? Yeah. I mean, we're probably pretty early on in the ability to understand the effectiveness of how that works, right? Oh, thanks for giving me .gov stuff. I definitely love getting good sources here. Chapter 7, Effectiveness Treatment of Adult Sex Offenders. All right, can we pull this up? YouTube algorithm, do not kill me. I don't want to be like banned or removed for, hosting this kind of, this is important content. YouTube, I just want you to appreciate me as a content creator and keep me on your platform. And Twitch too. I want you all to, be good to me. Don't algo kill me right now. It's honestly so sad what this man's went through. According to the rate of reoffense didn't make much difference with therapy. Findings, recent systematic reviews and meta-analyses suggest that certain treatment approaches work. Cognitive behavioral relapse prevention approaches and adherence to risk need responsivity model. I don't know. I haven't heard of that. Treatment impact is not the same. Those offenders who respond to treatment do better than those who do not respond well. In other words, like if you feel like they're like vibing in class in the CBT, then they'll probably like do great with the outcomes, so that sort of thing. Moderate to high risk offenders benefit most. Interesting. So like if you're like low, maybe you feel like this is all just a joke, but if you're high, then maybe you're really neurospicy and this like gets under your skin. Maybe just trying to trying to theory craft it. Treatment can reduce sexual recidivism. It's a fancy word for like going back and doing it again. Sexual recidivism over a 5-year period by 5 to 8%. They say that these work. I don't feel like 5 to 8% works. I mean, does that move the needle? Sure. It's not terrific. Recent treatment advances of the self-regulation model and the good lives model. Yeah, I don't know what those are. That's interesting. It's a very interesting conversation. Thanks. I'm glad that you feel this way too. That this is all worthwhile to sort of understand and like learn something about, so that we're not just all like speculative on. I mean, I even think Ayala, for being as brave as she was to talk about this, I think she was in speculation mode and not like, I did some research on this and I have some ideas kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know her as a content creator that well. I just heard that one take. I sent that link to you. Thank you. Nuke 'em from space. I don't feel like nuke is the right thing, because I feel like you wouldn't want to remove somebody from society for having something that they didn't choose inside of their brain, because that opens up a problem that we all feel like we're scared about our inner worlds then. Like, what about my inner world might make me get removed or killed or whatever too? So yeah, I'm not a nuke 'em from space kind of person, but I do feel like when you have a problem, I want to remove your ability to use that problem, right? Entirely. Like, you have an aggression problem and you want to go do like mass shootings. We don't just remove your ability to get guns, because you'll find ways to like illegally acquire firearms still. But if you could just like not lobotomize, but a modern version of lobotomize, and just take away the aggression factor and just say, yeah, like this might suck because you'll be passed up for raises at work, because you'll never assert for yourself, and your bosses will stomp all over you and keep paying you low wages for too much work, and you'll just take it because you have no aggression left in you, and somebody will pick a fight with you in a bar and you'll just get beat up because you can't even raise a fist. But you deserve to have that part removed from your brain. That's how I feel more. It's my way is still pretty brutalist and stupid, but that's my emotion, not what I would really want as like a policy. Emotionally, I would want to just, be able to go in and suck out that part of your brain. Adding the Rotary Park situation to the mix only makes it worse, like referential to the stuff that he experienced. Do you mean? His girlfriend from college makes it worse? Oh, gotcha. He got 2 years because I was the supposed only victim. So that's the full sentence for one victim, and then multiples makes it longer. I mean, multiples should make it longer, yeah, but for one, that one is still a big number. There are ways in which one is a very small number, but in the case of this topic, one is a very big number. And 2 years sounds like a very small number for a very big number like one, in my opinion. Oh, and that wasn't true either. I was the only victim who could testify and wasn't scared into selective mute by him. It's brutal. In fact, 5 to 8% is success from the public view. No, like, this is probably just talking on a statistical or scientific, like, does 5 to 8% improvement over a meta-analysis, this is studying multiple other studies and compiling the content together into, aggregate data. This 5 to 8% toward better outcomes, is that a reduction? Yes. Is a reduction a success? In the scientific community, sure, reduction of a bad thing scientifically is a success. But yes, in the public eye, 5% at the worst case feels like a pretty shitty percentage to call success. I don't like the way words can sometimes be used from a scientific standpoint versus what like nomenclature or not what the jargon would feel like when spoken about colloquially between or among people. I can see how from science psychology view, it's something, but not enough for society to me. Yeah, 100%, exactly. And I see this kind of problem all the time. You know, people argue from two different standpoints. One of them is like the way that we discuss social issues, and we mention terms like racism or mention terms like transphobia, and people are coming from two completely opposite camps as to what the word means. So when somebody says, you know, you can't be this, or this is that, or this type of behavior promotes this you know, mindset, you're talking to somebody that's not even using the same definitions as you, and you can't gain ground. You know, they think you're a loony, you think they're evil, and it's hard to get any shift in society and culture. You can get people on your side, you can move the moderates to you if you're an extremist, and get more people to back your ideas if you can get them to adopt your worldview, your, you know, your story and your explanation of things. But the other side, who's using their rhetoric, can just as easily get the moderates if they get to them first, or if they have a more convincing story, and do the same thing using their rhetoric when words are so loosey-goosey. I was just gonna say loose and then stupid. When definitions are loose like that. And so I think, yeah, even that can be kind of problematic. He was dishonorably discharged from the Navy along with the 2 years. It's something, I guess. The court felt he was suffering enough and should then be allowed to move on. Meanwhile, I got the life sentence and therapy bills. Yeah, that should be, why is that not part of the consideration that you should be, if part of the compensation for the whole thing isn't in the punishment, then it at least should be in the helping you rectify and fix things on your end to the maximum that you're capable of doing. The word transphobia perked my head up as a trans mass person. It sucks. And yeah, what I mean by that one, I recently, Oz shared with me a foreword in somebody's book where they were saying that in their novel, they wanted to define themselves as a cultural icon for LGBTQIA plus communities, in that they wanted to specifically be known as having the legacy of being the anti-J.K. Rowling. I was like, oh, that's really interesting. And then we started talking about that and what that person meant by being an anti-J.K. Rowling, basically being highly promotional of not just trans rights in government, but also trans visibility in culture. Not to let people mitigate or push to the side or remove trans issues so that they don't think about them, so that that's just another person in society, but to actively speak them out so that they shine brighter and more attention is drawn to them. I thought that was a really interesting sort of activist angle. And I don't know that everybody necessarily agrees with that, but that some people would say that it's transphobic, not just to be against giving people equal rights, but also to try to just mitigate or silence the struggles of being trans in societies and cultures that don't accommodate for them. And where I find that interesting is I think that there are trans people, some who I personally know, that aren't trying to shine brighter than the rest of society, that don't want a beacon thrust upon them, that don't want the higher level of recognition because they were mitigated earlier on in their lives, and now they need the world to focus on them to fix the issues faster. They really would just like to mix with the rest of society. And what I see is, like, in some cases, that stance, even coming from somebody who is trans, might be perceived in a way as being transphobic because you're asking to have society ignore that part of you because that's what those folks want. But others are fighting to have higher recognition so that the real cultural changes and fixes and political and legal rights get changed faster, and that, you know, you stick out like the sore thumb so that you get the fix in faster. Not to mention the fact that, you know, there's also the schism in the trans community between is it okay for you to feel like you want to transition to the opposite biological sex? Or is it okay for you to feel dysphoria and also not want to commit the transition? My stance is to not ask if it's okay in a general broad statement. That is such an internal question. But I find it interesting that people want to argue with each other about what is more trans or what is the right trans, or if you should find a community that suits you better. Somebody that I saw in an interview was talking about how she entered a community of non or desiring not to transition trans people, all asking her for advice because she was a little bit older on how to not transition, what that lifestyle was like. And she was somebody who was fighting all her life to transition. She was like, I don't feel like we're culturally this, like I can't be a resource for you because you have a completely different worldview than mine. You have a completely different internal definition than I do, even though we use the same term to describe each other. Yeah, let me catch up with chat because that was a long rant. I gave you guys some time to talk in the background in the meantime. My parents don't know that I feel this way because they think it's stupid. I don't know how parents end up this way, but I feel like there's also an issue with parents. Correct me if I'm wrong, but many of you, and I feel this too, have come from families where parents' worldview gets stuck. And what's even weirder is it doesn't get stuck like, well, that wasn't the way it was when I was your age. It's almost like they forget what it was like to be your age. And that part, it just baffles me. And I have a good memory, so, you know, I'm not saying, oh, I need to really fix this. It's going to go on for a little bit. Sorry. Instagram died after 1 hour. This keeps coming up here because, yeah. But how parents can just decide that they don't know anything about the modern world. They refuse to learn anything about like new discoveries of how humans work. Not new ways in which humans work, new discoveries that have always been around, but, you know, culture had such a strong mitigating influence, a gravity to conform that people were forced into these tiny little boxes. Like we were talking earlier about with religion. And so, you know, we don't know how prevalent these things actually were inside of people when we told everybody, whatever is inside of you, you keep it to your damn self and don't you dare share it with anybody else, or we're gonna, you know, make you ostracize you in some way, and you'll lose opportunities, you lose connections, you lose all these things, you know, if you don't conform like the rest of us. So we have no idea, you know, how broadly applicable many of these things that are now starting to come to light always used to be in societies that quelled them so hard. But it surprises me that so many parents, or so many just older people in general, they're not keeping up with anything. It's like they stopped learning at some point. Why would you ever just stop? Isn't it cool when we find out new stuff about ourselves, about humanity, about culture, about society? And if your kids, if your own like nuclear family is telling you there's something that you don't know and I'd love to get you on board, why would you ever close your ears to that and say, I... You are my dad. I'm just going on a little side tangent about how parents and a lot of older adults in general just decide that when new things are coming to light in the world, like autism spectrum disorder, like trans issues, just alternative sexual orientations to their own worldview, or even like how sexually active their teenagers are, that so many adults kind of forget what it's like to be a kid. They don't learn anything new about, you know, the movement of knowledge and cognitive science and behavioral science and sociology and everything. Like they get stuck and they feel like they've learned everything they need to know, and they use that in an oppressive way on their kids. But in the broader topic, we were talking about how to fix SA and sex offenders, especially in the case of minors, and also about transphobia. And maybe we're playing Omori. Hi, Oz. You came into a lot of rabbit hole is where we are. How should I come out to them? I have this friend, when I came out to him, he said, it's a sin in the Bible, but I support. Where in the Bible? What the heck? And also, why would you, I don't know. Don't get me started on citing the Bible. So I let him know what my chosen name was, and he respected it. Well, cool. I mean, even if he's got this immediate like faith bucking against what he hears from you, then ultimately accepted, awesome. Coming out to your parents, I don't know. That's, you know, a much stickier conversation. Ultimately, the bandage should probably be ripped off at some point, and having the conversation with them should probably happen at some point if you want authenticity in the relationship. But you also have to ask yourself how important to you is an authentic connection to your parents before you make a decision to come out, because once you come out, you've come out. So, you know, you have to weigh the pros and cons, and probably talk to somebody who has experience more than I do about coming out to your parents. Because I'm not that resource. For sure. I'm not that person. Hello, Crims. You have something to show me? Oz? Is it like you're going to send it to me in a DM, or pop into the room, or after I quit streaming, or what? Like, let me know. I think the world is too hung up on what's in your pants and who you like to entertain with those parts. Is it legal, safe, sane, consensual? They go nuts. Exactly. And the one thing that baffles me about the US is, in the US, we are like one of the fiercest, like independent person or single person sort of cultures. Try to do it on your own. Don't try to rely on other people. Reliance makes you weak. Do things alone. Do things in your own home, in your own culture, in your own backyard. Draw your shades and be your own private person. Small government. Go wild. You know, be free. Be a free and liberty-based person. We got a statue named after liberty, right? Given to us by another country, but you know. And yet, we have a really weird cultural overlord watchdog wants to peek into your windows kind of vibe, where it's like people want to know this sort of stuff and then categorize and rate and rank what you're allowed and not allowed to do and have. And it's like, in that regard, why would you stop the liberty idea that seems like a pretty good idea in many regards? Although I do think we do better collaborative than we do rugged individualist. But well, look at you, Oz. Holy crap. Are you... I say this with bursting love out of my heart. Are you sad or angry right now? I want to check in. Yeah. He uses my pronouns and chose name, makes me so happy. Good. And as a friend should. Should you expect that from, the wide world out there, or your parents who, decided your name for you, before you ever had the chance to, and that sort of stuff? You can't impress it upon everybody, but when somebody shows you their friendship by being friendly to you and doing friendly things, that's a friend, right? That is a good thing. Those are all good things. Those are people to keep around. Yeah. Why would you ever close your ears to that and say, you're my... What? Oh, I see. My parents haven't even noticed, but I still show clear signs of a few mental disorders, and they still haven't. Parents are, there's just, I don't know if it's just yours or so many others I've met too, but they seem so oblivious and closed off, and like they know the world and can't learn new things at some point in their lives. And that's such a weird place to block off. Why? At what age do you choose? I've learned all about the world. I want to. Well, thanks for the follow. Munish, it's been really nice having you in the community tonight. And I hope you continue to join us. This is how my nights often go. So do I play games? Yeah. Do we also get into the weeds on this kind of, like a lot? So yes, I'm a gamer, but I'm definitely more, this sort of deep conversationalist. More often, I think. More and more recently. Yeah, I don't know why people shut off like this. I just got here a little before you, Oz, but haven't said anything yet. And now you have. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you, Grims. I love these conversations, but I'm not editing too much because I know how long this game is. I don't want to take 20 plus streams. If it does, it does. If it does, it does. You know what? And then maybe one day what I'll do is like, I'll hire an editor to come in and like clip out the parts where I'm playing the game, and I'll make that into like a YouTube VOD so you can watch me play games. And then I'll have the editor take all the times where we had like deep dive conversations. I'll turn those in. Maybe I'll like bifurcate, do 2 channels. Like Damien Holme is like everything that's just like, we have the deep chats, and then have a Damien Plays channel where you actually see me get through the games. I'm still listening though. Yeah, you don't have to be participant to, be part of this community. To me, you're all fledglings. It doesn't matter if you're chatting or not chatting. Super appreciate you. No, you're not. Body doubled and watched, and just like that, and just... Wait, what? Are you... Body doubled and watched, and just like that, and just head down. I don't know what that all means. I took an hour and caught up on a content creator and doom scrolled before I started. Oh, good. So you've been chill. I'm usually not allowed to use this word, but I'm using it on stream with a different meaning. Gender and sex are different. And there's another, we were just talking about where terms are different for different people, and can create fights between like the right and the left, or scientific community and the lay people. And that's another one too, is like the gender and sex division in terms was a sociology professor or somebody in the space like made that definition clear. And I think it got fame or notoriety or started to get traction in the 60s, and probably then didn't become more of a public movement to say until like the 2000s or 2010s. And you can hear it all over the place when people have, and this is a problematic practice these days that I think is getting a lot more public backlash than it used to. It used to be like really greenlit by everybody. But when 2 people procreate and they're gonna talk to everybody about when the baby comes out, you put a big ol' M or a big ol' F on that birth certificate. And then you have this party and you pop some balloons or you light a forest fire behind you. However you announce this child to the world, they never call them sex reveal parties. Although sex reveal party sounds like it's some kind of fun little party, if you know what I mean. But why do they not call them sex reveal party? Today in 2025, they do not call them sex reveal parties. If gender and sex are 2 separate terms and they're ubiquitously understood as that, then there wouldn't be an argument over the words, right? But there is an argument, and that's because there's plenty of old guard that learned back in the day. They just use the words interchangeably. They don't even know. There's no modern version of gender baked into their heads at all. They have no idea what that word even means in the modern sociological sense. And in modern times, it's still messy, right? We have gender reveal parties. We don't have sex reveal parties. We talk about gendering animals when it's hard to kind of like tell what's going on in their downstairs because they're fuzzy or furry or whatever. And we're just not, like, the language is not caught up with everybody.
You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
What? What do you need? Oh, more Discord? What else on Discord? Yeah. So to everybody else, so that you know what she showed me on Discord and what I reacted to and why I asked her if she was angry or sad, because you want to be in Discord. Gotcha. But the thing that she posted, our room is immaculately clean. And we have kids and we work too much and we're out of the house a lot doing other stuff. And sometimes we just are tired and can't find the gumption. And Oz like, clean. All right, let me pop into chat so she can join in. Hello.
Hello.
Let me do some levels adjusting here so you're better heard.
Mm-hmm.
You sound a little quiet right now. Are you right up at your mic?
I am right up at my mic.
Okay, I'm just going to get you a little more volume. Lower the Omodi volume just a wee skosh. Can I catch up with chat after I mentioned the thing that I did?
Sure.
Okay. You haven't taken care of the dishes or laundry. You can access and utilize the floor. No big deal. Those will get done. I could do some of that tomorrow too. Sex is the gender assigned to you at birth. Gender is what you can decide on as you understand it. There are plenty of people that are still, they're not caught up to that. And just like that, O is the name of a show. Yeah. Gender and sex are very different because sex is attached to structure and form, and gender is attached to the brain chemistry. By your definitions, yes. And I know they're not your definitions. By this sociology dudes. I want to call him a professor, but I don't know who originally created the term. I can't remember exactly who it was, but yeah, by that person's definitions. They can't even say MRF to every birth certificate. They don't like the word sex. Wait.
So they don't. So
who doesn't?
What I will explain both of those commentaries.
Sure.
They can't even say M or F to every birth certificate because there is intersex. There is indeterminate sex. There are parts for both.
Sure.
Or parts for neither.
Sure.
And
those those would end up being on the certificate too, right? Like if you're intersex, you'd have like a different letter just for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But for many, many, many years, they would just look at which one was like the more dominant sex organs, they would see which is the more dominant sex organs, and they would assign them a gender or assign them a sex.
Right. So back in those days, you get an M or F on your birth certificate. That's it.
Yeah. There was actually even a case where there was a gentleman who was intersex, assigned female at birth, and they actually had cut his penis off because it was perceived as unfeminine, and they were trying to actually no, you know what? I'm getting two stories mixed up.
Okay.
He was assigned male at birth. And then the story that I'm thinking of is they went to get him circumcised, and there was a mishap with the circumcision, and they ended up cutting way more of the penis off. And they tried to assign him female, and then as his hormones were kicking in puberty, it was creating humongous dysphoria.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so, it really just speaks on the, you can't push what you aren't.
Yeah.
You can't tell somebody, you can't assign somebody something that they simply aren't.
Just logistically, really quick. Twitch is coming into an ad break in
45 seconds.
roughly a minute. Yeah, you can see that. EBF
The
says,
other, sorry, to explain the other one, they don't like the word sex. They don't want to say a sex reveal party because they don't like the word sex.
Oh,
sex
yeah.
is perceived as like
Dirty
a
word.
dirty word.
Sure. But then, they interchange the word gender very easily, and they think that that's fine. Yeah. EBF says, hi, Oz, Earthbound fan. And Munish says, if language was a country, every map is different. Some people's map shows topography. Others have maps with landmarks. Some have locations of bodies of water. That's a great take, because it's like it all describes the same thing, but because of the visualization choices,
or even the prioritization.
Yeah, then things get lost, right?
Yeah,
and
because
then
there are things that are different and important in their culture that they may make a map that accentuates it.
right, and then you feel like you're talking about the same thing. You can't understand why people don't see what you see when the referential part is the same. That makes perfect sense. Yeah. Well, the thing always lies a little bit. So yes, ads are coming, but sometimes there's like a weird minute delay. So now we're in this awkward part where like I want to like go into something a little bit deeper, but then some of you are going to get lost in ads like in just a second here, or a minute or whatever. Yeah, but sort of the greater concept that we were talking about there is just the notion that terminology can be completely misleading when you're talking to somebody who's not using the same definitions as you.
Yeah.
Gender and sex being, a very biggest one. There it is. And before that, we were talking racism is another one where that has taken on, to some different subgroups, like two different concepts. Whether it means that you're just stereotyping or prejudicing against somebody based on the color of their skin versus, is it done from a place of power over other people, and then you create systems to oppress those people, and then that's racist. But punching up or like being aggressive or prejudiced or stereotypical against somebody with the power who's done the oppressing is not the same, or you can't use the word racism in there. And before that, we were bringing this up because we were reading about ways in which we have examined and researched how to stop sexual recidivism in people that are doing criminal sexual acts. And this finding, this is just like a meta-analysis that we've pulled up here, is that CBT and some other methods have been a success, or it says that these certain treatment approaches work. They use the term work. I was using the term success before, but to be very clear.
Remind me what CBT is.
Cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So like, same thing as like what you would usually do to like non-substance get somebody to stop smoking or something like that, right?
Yeah.
That these work, and then you read further down in their just summary of the article, and they say that treatment can reduce sexual recidivism over a 5-year period by 5 to 8%. And
That's especially considering the topic.
Yeah.
That is an almost inconsequential amount.
Yeah.
But it is not unimportant. It is just not enough to feel like.
Yeah, well,
It's that whole like, children are dying, but 5% less children are dying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, what?
Kid made a good point that using terms like work, or what I was misquoting was success, that was successful, that at a scientific standpoint, reduction of 5 to 8%, a non-zero reduction of a heinous thing is working. It is successful. But in a sociological stance, a layperson reading this or understanding how the criminal stats look, or like, if you look at a bar graph of 1 to 100%, and you over the years you see how recidivism works, and then you see this downtick, but it's like such a blip, it's like, oh, a couple pixels moved down on my monitor, that does not feel like the scientific term of work or success actually, it's not fulfilled. That's a weird word for people to say.
Let me see. Let me keep talking. I'm going to do some math.
Sure. EBF says, I feel like staying up till 3 tonight. Me too. I usually stay up till 3 on weekends. If my dad walks in, I'm cooked. What we'll do is we'll start citing Bill Nye stuff, and you'll be like, oh, the streamer's talking about like science and stuff like that. And I just wanted to like get the inside track on. I don't know what you said.
So if you were to say that it reduces them, like the recidivisty by like 5 to 8%, that is like saying so I smoked every day, like every day of the month, but now that I've done this behavioral therapy, 2 days out of the month I don't smoke.
Right.
That is literally this, like, that's how the numbers work.
Yeah.
2 days out of 30, I don't smoke.
Yeah. When they say reducing recidivism, though, recidivism is a criminal going back to commit the same crime.
I get that.
This is your statement is so Sisyphean because you're talking about one person who takes brief hiatuses before going back to their negative thing. And this is a commentary. And I know what you're trying to do with the math. Like, it's evocative, yeah, but this is also talking about people who quit for life, for the rest of their life, due to this treatment. So it's a little disingenuous to compare it down to a one person's behavior thing when this is,
And I get that. It's just, I feel like that's how, I'm not saying it's how I see it. I'm saying it's how people would see it.
Perhaps, yeah.
I'm saying that it is not enough of a change for people to feel it.
Yeah. Oh, we might have lost
especially
EBF.
Especially with the topic.
Yeah.
Ooh.
What was that?
They spoke that into the universe.
Oh, that was reaction to that. Yeah.
Yeah. They spoke that into the universe, I swear.
Yeah. Well, once you type your fate into Twitch chat, it happens.
Right?
Won't somebody type into Twitch chat how famous Oz and I are going to become? Make it happen for us. Kid says, I want to say I've read that perpetrators of SA, any age victims, are the most likely to reoffend than other criminals. That's a good question. Let's see.
It would make sense because, I mean, like, it's unlike drugs because drugs could accidentally kill you.
Mm-hmm.
And SA does feed into a power and pleasure center in the brain that is very hard to fight.
Yeah. So, okay. Let me just pull this up again. Now I had just closed the browser window on screen a little bit earlier. This is prisonpolicy.org. Publications, 9-year recidivism rates by offense category. Based on pretty recent study. Oh, the graph is from 2019, even though the study, because they've done follow-ups, 2005 to 2014. Okay. So the information continues to update. I don't know if that means that they update the graph. Well, actually, it looks like it might because the graph also has the 2014 end date in the bottom notes. So this might have been like just originally set up in 2019 and then been updated. Wait. No, I'm misreading. I'm misreading the dates.
Is a 9-year follow-up from 2005 to 2014, and they are analyzing it in 2019.
Yes, that is what's happening, and I was misreading the dates. For some reason, I was reading 2024. Yeah. Anyway, so I don't know, how well this holds into the future, but this is at least a window of time to give us sort of an analysis. And so it does look and surprising, but also beneficial that SA tends to be like on the lower end of recidivism. It's insane to me how high some of these are. Drug, I think, makes probably the most sense.
Perfect sense.
And would probably be in my brain space the highest, because no matter where you were before you became criminally, addicted to drugs, you are now officially forever different, right? And sometimes even CBT or or methadone or anything, like sometimes that just doesn't keep.
Understand property though.
Okay. What's your take on that? Why would that be so high?
So if you think about the reason that people end up in property offenses is because a lot of times they're seeking out something that they need because they lack it. And if they are arrested for it, released from holding, and then they go back out into the real world, do you imagine that they are returning to a good situation or the same situation?
Yeah. I mean, if you're in prison, especially if you're like the breadwinner of your family, and now you're like potentially unskilled partner or the one who is the primary caregiver for kids or whatever, like now has to take over.
You've been in jail and now it's harder for you to get a job.
Yeah, and maybe that, I don't know, like being a felon, does that create other financial stressors? Like, do you come out having to pay any monetary dues or anything, like your own processing fees or anything? I don't know anything like that.
I'm not sure. I just know that there are companies that are more willing to hire felons.
Sure.
But that is to say that then other companies would be less willing.
They're right.
Because they're like, oh, well, you've been in jail for such and such thing. I don't know that I can trust you with money. I don't know that I can trust you to not take the things that are like bolted down. And that's a really shitty way to look at it, because then it's basically telling that person who has been in holding for something that they did, that all that time in holding, any work that they did means nothing.
Yeah.
And it really, it's that whole idea of, you can tell yourself till you're blue in the face that you are this type of person, or that you are no longer this type of person. But if the people around you still treat you like a troublemaker, there is a higher likelihood that you will maintain being a troublemaker.
Yeah. Well, and I think, so I haven't done the research on this before, but we could bring this up too if it matters enough to people to see facts and figures about it. But I remember somebody doing an analysis on a live stream about sort of like myths about property crime. And they were trying to debunk somebody that was like, well, the poor cannibalize the poor. They're already in like shitty situations. So they're like, oh, they're always looking at their neighbors going, oh, what kind of stuff do you have? Or like, oh, that's a sweet new car you suddenly got, buddy. And so, if you're living in like a trailer park or like just like really bad low income housing and things are really bad for you anyway, so you've got that despair mechanic, then you're already looking around you and you're like, well, how can I benefit for somebody else that's right by me? And this streamer was debunking that and saying, generally people who are all sort of like in a state of affairs financially together are more likely to sort of like band up and help
each other.
Yeah, like, oh, you just, you got laid off, or you're on a seasonal, break from your job or whatever, and times are tough, or you just, can't get a break, or
you're more
car
likely to
damage.
see community.
People will want to step in and try to help you out, or like, hey, do you need a ride? Or like, hey, we
Like,
made some extra
I know
food.
you have this, you finally got a new job and nobody's there to watch your kids, or
Yeah. And like, does this,
like,
oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
And you like, does this happen with rich people? Obviously not. Rich people aren't looking at each other and going, hey, I want to threaten my livelihood and possibly get cops on me and like go and, see what my neighbors got, see if I can bust into their house. So it's definitely not happening in rich communities. Also, they have all their other types of theft. So, they're not interested in property theft because they can do things like wage theft and embezzlement and, insider
It's
trading.
more
and
like
stuff.
the white collar.
Yeah,
they
they have plenty of ways, if they're greedy and messed up too, that they can do their own damages, that they can try to, skirt under the system instead of do things physically like property offenses. But so where this generally tends to happen, if it's not poor on poor and rich on rich, is the places where, based on the residents, the way residences are lined out, or how communities are built up, or how they historically were put together, where you have the poor and the desperate up against the rich. And now every time you have to walk to work because the bus timing was off, and you're, seeing your, rich neighbors, driving past in their brand new EVs and stuff, and you have to work in the environment where the rich people are your patrons, and you're pushed up against that all the time. You see the excess, you see what they throw away, you see what they set out on their curbs, and it just aches at you. And at first it's just an ache, but then something happens to your family. Somebody loses a job and can't get back on their feet. Somebody gets sick. Big hospital bill happens.
Like I said, you live at a need.
Yeah, you get that extra push. And then those people, they're not your community, right? They don't come over with a pot of, extra food, or with, help.
They're not the ones who watch your kids. They're not the ones who, helped out when such and such person in your family died suddenly because they couldn't go to the doctor because they weren't rich enough to go to the doctor.
Right. They won't give you a ride to work when your car breaks down. None of that stuff. So now they feel like an other at that point. And if they feel like an other, it feels a little bit easier to go
dehumanize them.
Yeah. And for those people that get incarcerated and come back into the system, did they move? Are those properties now somewhere else? Yeah. Did their situation improve? And did they get away from the place where they lived, where they were, the low income pressed up against the wealthy? They're probably still there. So the temptation in the environment and the ecosystem, and the next, like you said, like kind of the next despair catastrophe is likely to come again. I definitely see why that one's basically almost 90%.
Yeah. And just, having watched Spider-Man 3 again and forgetting about Sandman and his backstory, it speaks to, like, this whole conversation.
Right. Like, he was literally just a petty theft sort of guy. All he wanted to do was just
be able to get his daughter's meds.
Hospital money, or pharmaceutical money, right? And he kept saying,
sure his daughter would be better.
Not a bad
I will
guy.
Make you better. I will make you better.
Yeah.
It's all he cared about. And it's all he ever said he cared about. It was never about anything other than, I am here for my daughter. And that's the kind of desperation. That's the kind of situation that you will see with people who make these big life-changing decisions and then make them again, because the situation still hasn't improved even with time.
Right. Yeah. I feel like there's almost nothing that prison really does to fix a good amount of the issues that, we put people into prison for.
Yeah, there needs to be a bigger system of assistance and seeking understanding as to why that happened, and not just putting them away because it happened.
Yeah. But I also don't believe we live in a culture where the people who are capable of obtaining the most money, they become the most viral, popular receivers of money by the nature of what it is that they do, or how they've made their billions or whatever, that they are interested in solving problems. And that's, it's just a family sickness, a cultural sickness we have in the US that everybody who wants to solve problems seems to not be able to get the money to do so. Everybody who gets the money to do so either becomes a non-problem solver, or they got that money by thinking in other ways than problem solving in the first place.
Yeah. All right. I should go to bed.
Yeah.
It's about that time.
Sounds good.
It's 2:20, so.
Oz, you're an absolute delight, and I appreciate you being in my streams.
I appreciate you having me.
All right, everybody say good night to Oz.
Good night, everybody.
All right. Yes, I do talk to my own wife like that, like a guest on my show. A show's a show, you know. It's like, it's weird to talk like partner talk to your partner when you're also live on a camera. Does that make sense? It is to me, anyways. So I feel like, you know, do we have our own like pillow talk way of communicating? Of course. We have our, you know, we have our language that we speak, but our language that we speak is like, it's for us. It's not for you. So I don't feel like that's the thing, the way that I communicate when you're all here. So I sent her off like an actual podcast guest. Okay. So we're in the space pirate captain's place. He's no longer the captain of anything because a bunch of his crew just decided to mutiny and take the ship away and leave. And he's super sad and dejected. And maybe that's why they left, or he's super sad and dejected because they left. I don't know. Yeah. So we're gonna talk to him first. Thank you for this conversation. I very much appreciate talking about these things with you guys, going over details. I like looking up data and mulling over concepts, and especially I like talking about things from a solutions-based direction. Will we solve the world's problems on my live streams? Maybe not necessarily, but I want us to always like approach things from a big heart, best attempts sort of direction, not kind of from like a nihilist, like, oh, well, that's just the way it is, you know, that's the way people are, but more like what could happen, or what is being done and could it be done better, or what would you do in your own life to make things better? What kind of, you know, not all of us have high impact capability in our lives. I certainly don't have immensely high impact, but I have some big impact on some small people on this planet. You know, my kids, I still have their ear. As they get older, that might be less and less so, but right now the things I say have some real weight. So, you know, could we say certain things to them to help with certain situations? In the case of SA, for example, Oz and I were talking about this. We should have brought it up, honestly, while she was still on, but I also appreciate that she's trying to get sleep. She was telling me that she did some research on sort of like what are maybe the best practices a kid should engage in if there's some sort of danger or threat to their life when we are out in a public place, and maybe there's a little distance or a break of line of sight with us, and some adult were to try something. We rarely get ourselves involved in anything where the kids are not observable and are with adults in a private sort of setting. We don't do churches. We don't do like activity clubs sort of things where there aren't like open access to parents and they're just alone with some like other adult. So they have a lot of under our eyesight, under our vision sort of time. And that's not necessarily by direct design. I just think, you know, we never had those kind of proclivities, kind of stuff. But also at the same time, I feel comfortable with that. I would feel comfortable giving my kids a life where they were never alone with a priest, ever, for any reason, ever. There's no reason under God in any page of the Bible where you can convince me that my daughter and a priest should have time where I can't see them. Ever. And so Oz did this research. To her credit, this was her, where they say, you know, what should you teach a child if they were suddenly grabbed, attempted to be removed from the scene or the family or whatever. They said you teach your kids that the word that they scream out loud is not mom, it's not dad. Those don't necessarily grab a mass throng of strangers to suddenly stop, intervene, and help. It's not fire. Unfortunately, you can't just scream fire. Surprisingly, like, it maybe would confuse people. They wouldn't necessarily intervene. And unfortunately, we're an English language speaking country, and this should make the most sense for people to actually do it. But screaming the word help does not garner enough social mobility in a situation. In our culture, the number one word you should teach your little kids to scream if they're going to be grabbed by the arm by some stranger and hauled off away from you is the R word. And that perks ears like crazy. It perks ears enough that they can't even say that actual word on stream because of, policies. But we have taught our kids now that you get a weird hand around your arm, you're getting dragged out of a situation. It's not your parents grabbing you because you did something wrong. It's somebody you don't know. You scream that R word and you repeat it and you do it at the top of your lungs as much and as loud. You get as many strangers' eyes on you as you can. You make the craziest calamity you possibly can. And also, bite and kick if you feel like if you're made to not be able to scream. You use every single physical weapon on your body. Teeth are great. Kids' teeth are like little razors, so yeah, use them. Anyway, let's play some more Omori in the time that we have left. Thank you. You guys are awesome, and I super appreciate everything that we do with this community. It matters so much to me to have you here and be able to talk about these things. All right. So, bookcase. Oh, a different bookcase. Actually, a different description. A bookcase full of knowledge from all across the universe. A vanity. Just a vanity. Knowledge. Again. A boombox. There's no cassette tape inside. Are we that sad? A telescope. Not gonna let me use the telescope? All right. Let's talk to Sad Boy Captain here. Sad Boy, or Space Boyfriend, or whatever he's called. Are we gonna have a romance option here? Oh, maybe not. Oh, okay. Everybody's just gathered around the outside of the bed. Gotcha. Uh-oh. Space Boyfriend doesn't look so good.
Don't worry, I'll handle this.
Oh,
Hey, Space Boyfriend! Wake up!
Kel,
What?
oh my god. That's a scary looking cough. Why is he like... He hopefully is going to pull through.
my precious
Sweetheart. Oh no. Space Boyfriend is Sweetheart's boyfriend? Oh boy.
Oh, he sounds so sad. There must be some way to help him.
Oh, my sweetheart. Where have you run off to now? Oh no, not again. Space Boyfriend's feeling the heavy blues. Here, my guy. This'll cheer you right up.
You see how Space Pirate Guy calls everybody guy, Space Pirate Bro calls everybody bro, Space Pirate Dude called everybody dude. It's cute.
Huh? Why isn't anything playing?
Missing the tape?
Oh no. The boombox. It's empty. He's never gonna wake up now.
He's not a solid.
Oh.
He's definitely not a gas either. No, he's a liquid. It can't be. Don't tell me. Damn it. It all makes sense now. His references to consumable beverage safety tips. His liquidity. The drink.
Welcome back, Weehaw. How's it going? Fuck me. Fuck you too. Welcome back. You're officially home now? Or are you still in Oklahoma?
He's never gonna wake up now. Or even worse. He's gonna wake up angry.
Good to be here. Love being here. Did you catch any of the thought-provoking conversation we were having earlier? Or are you coming in after we've said everything about all the topics? And if we open it up now, it's just a post-mortem on everything we already finished talking about. Just a summary for your sake. I'm home. I did not. You did not. You just got here. Okay. Well, watch the VOD. There's a lot of stuff. We're into a lot of heavy topics this evening. Yeah. Well, there's always Wednesday. I mean, tonight wasn't even a discourse night, but we just happened to drop in and start talking about some stuff. Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. Where could that special mixtape be? Someone must have thrown away a special mixtape when we were cleaning. What's the big deal? It's just a cassette, right? Well, you see, whenever Space Boyfriend is away from Sweetheart, he gets really sad and lies in bed all day. The only way to snap him out of it is by playing his special mixtape.
Yeah, you got it. You're really hammering in the all caps yellow text here.
There's only one in the universe like it.
Oh, I see. Space Boyfriend isn't sick. He's lovesick.
If Space Boyfriend stays like this, the once great coalition of space pirates will be lost for eternity. Oh, man. That sucks. Well, let's go.
Okay, bye.
Wait, where are you going? We should help him out. You should know that it really sucks to lose something important to you.
Don't you dare bring Hector into this.
His pet rock.
I'm talking about when you stole my stuffed toy.
Huh? I don't remember anything like that. Oh, sweetheart. My perfect goddess. My sweet jelly-filled donut.
I think he's getting worse. What should we do, Amori? Should we help him?
What if I say no? No, I'm always going to say yes. Always Wednesday? Yes, for the discourses, for sure. It's an off week for wrestling. I'm very sad because it's all I do, low-key. I mean, you could train, right? You could work on you in the downtime for it. I know I haven't exactly talked, but I'm heading to bed myself. Oh, no worries, man. Had some heavy conversations today myself with a few people, yourself included. Indeed, we did. Told Oz some earlier if you want some details. Okay. Have a good night and talk to you later. Sleep well. I know you got at least tomorrow off, so I hope you get to just get some chill downtime. Yeah. Thanks for being here. Always appreciate your support. Wanted to pop in real fast, but I'm very tired. I have to sleep now. I'm feeling it too. I kind of want to take on this quest and then maybe save and call the stream just a wee bit early. I was saying like at midnight, maybe I'd call it, but now we're 2.5 hours after that and I'm still here. But yeah, I might just start at the top of next stream looking for mixtapes and searching around the area around here and stuff like that. Have a good night, Weehaw. Thanks for popping in. And I can't wait to hear the last couple days of your trip, how everything went. Yes, we should help him out.
Thanks, my guys. I really appreciate it. Here, take this.
You got the junkyard key. And thank you for the lurk support. If you are going to sleep, I always expect, in my head, you turn off your machine, you go to sleep. But if you're running your machine anywhere and you're going to do some lurk, I always appreciate the lurk. Lurk helps us out because my algo pushes me up to more people, out to more people, the more I have already here, placement and all that sort of stuff. So really great. Thank you. Anyone who offers that kind of lurk support. You're a hero. I got a junkyard key. Excellent.
This key unlocks
Really?
the junkyard. The special mixtape should be somewhere in there.
We'll see. You say should, but I know video game logic. It almost certainly is.
You can get there through the secret entrance to Space Boyfriend's backyard.
Oh, neat. Wait, is backyard's a junkyard?
Pretty convenient, eh?
Yes. Thank you. Well, I want to take that, but I'm going to go ahead and save. We've done a lot. No, we really haven't done a whole lot. We've talked about a lot. And, yeah. That's how these streams do, I suppose. That's how my work do. I don't know that we need the tube food. I don't think we... Oh, no, we did fight like a dust bunny, didn't we? So getting a little bit of extra space food in is probably a good idea. Cool. Yeah. Let's, let me call it there. If you are a streamer, you know anything about streaming, or you're just good at troubleshooting, I need help in the next couple days. So if you have bandwidth and can check in, I could always use more eyes on the problem. I have like 3 things going wrong with my streams now as of a couple weeks ago. Probably this next Wednesday's stream upcoming, I'm going to turn off 2K streaming and see how that do, because it is in a beta. I'm in a beta program that Twitch invited me into, and I'm doing that, and Twitch and YouTube seem to be doing fine. But ever since I started that beta, I had the Instagram issues. However, I feel like they might be unrelated. I have the Kick issues. That seems weird and directly related, I think, to the beta. And I'm having a weird OBS issue where I'm having some sort of server failing to connect thing. I don't know what's going on, but I've got a lot of fixes to... And I have very little admin time between now and Wednesday. So, like, usually what I do on my off-stream days, Mondays and Tuesdays. Mondays, like, I do chores. So if I work on stream stuff, then the chores don't get done, and that would suck. That would really suck, because it makes the household, you know, frazzled and crazy and hard to do everything for the rest of the week. And on Tuesdays, it's like an Oz and me night, and I don't want to be like, hey, on our nights together, where we actually get to pretend like we're a couple and we don't have, you know, so many millions of things going on in our lives. What if we worked on troubleshooting my stream? It's just, yeah, it's just rude. So I don't want to do that. But it'd be nice if I could get some sort of fixes going on here. I'll do some research, try to figure out what's going on. I could say you're less than 10% through the game right now. Interesting. All right. I mean, that's cool. And you know, honestly, not every Sunday works out like this too. You know, there are plenty of nights where I've been playing through the Mother series of games and Undertale where we get chatty, and nights where we don't. And so, you know, I just can't predict it. It just depends. Sometimes it's based on, you know, your schedules too. So if many of you are busy doing stuff, you're out on vacations or seeing family, or you just don't, you want to watch another streamer on a Sunday night. I don't know why you would ever do that. Rude. There are no other no, I'm just kidding. Then, you know, some nights I get more progress through the game, and then other nights we get chatty. It's just how it do. Just the spice of life. Yeah. Anyway, thank you all very much for being here. Appreciate your faces. Appreciate your sharings, contributions, personal stories. helps with research. You really make this worthwhile and why I want this to become a sustainable way to raise my family. Because I feel like these conversations are critical to help each other understand, to grow, to learn, to just learn methodology of the way to like dive into topics and research and listen to other people's stories and gather data. And I think it's critical. It's critical that we have this sort of communication style continue to flourish, and that live streaming is something more than what like the debate bro and politics people do and what just the game streamers do. This should be something that's far better and bigger. I guess there's like just chatters, but I feel like the just chatters chat. Like they just tell, it's just like small talk. Maybe I'm wrong. Are there like deeper just chatters out there that really get into things? Or is a lot of it like, oh my God, you guys at work today, this one customer, they're so rude. Like it was crazy, you guys. Like I almost like posted on social media. It was so insane. Is it like that kind of talk, or, you know, do people actually get deeper into more thought-provoking content? Who knows? I don't watch enough streamers because I'm too busy I'm too busy streaming to watch other people stream a lot of the time. Anyway, if you've been watching on Trovo or YouTube, you're the only other like streams besides Twitch right now that are actually active, because everything else seems to be dying or killing itself early. It's lame. It sucks. But we're going to close stream for you guys and Twitch Hangout. So we'll find somebody to raid out to and spread the love. And for those of you that are closing your stream right this moment, if you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please.